Welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The gentle tap-tap of autumn rain on weathered stone created a soothing melody, a natural lullaby in the deepening dusk. Standing before the ancient church, its spire reaching towards the misty clouds, I felt the dance of fallen leaves swirling around my feet in a graceful waltz. The air carried the earthy fragrance of damp soil and aged wood, mingled with a sense of something ancient, something that spoke of forgotten prayers and silent echoes. I hadn't planned to stumble upon this place. My evening stroll had taken a mysterious turn when the rain began, guiding me along a winding path that led me to this sacred sanctuary existing in its own timeless realm. The church's weathered facade bore the gentle marks of countless seasons, draped in a soft moss blanket that seemed to emit a faint ethereal glow as night descended. The heavy wooden door opened easily at my touch, releasing a soft, musical sigh from its ancient hinges that reverberated through the empty nave. The rain's sound transformed into a distant lullaby, enhancing the profound stillness within. Stained glass windows bathed the interior in muted amber and violet hues, casting pools of light on the worn stone floors. As I ventured deeper into the church, my footsteps whispered on centuries-old flagstones. The air held a peculiar clarity, not heavy with mustiness, but rather a crystalline calmness, as if time itself had been captured in amber. Rows of polished wooden pews stood witness to generations of devotion, bearing the touch of countless hands and silent prayers. The aroma of ancient wood and stone mixed with the faint scent of extinguished candles. In the growing darkness, intricate carvings on the walls and columns seemed to shift and transform, their expressions alternating between serenity and enigma. Near the altar, a lone candle flickered in a brass holder, its dancing shadows drawing my gaze towards a small wooden door nestled in the wall. This door, smaller than the rest, beckoned me with a gentle insistence. Opening into a spiral staircase ascending into darkness, each step bore the impression of countless travelers before me. As I climbed, the rain's rhythm grew stronger, almost musical, accompanied by the fresh night air carrying a sweet, ancient fragrance that eluded recognition. Emerging into the bell tower's chamber, moonlight filtered through narrow windows, casting silver pathways on the floor despite the lingering rain clouds. An old wooden desk stood in a corner, adorned with leather-bound books and aged papers. The handwritten text on open pages remained just beyond legibility, teasing with glimpses of forgotten knowledge. As I drew closer, delicate bells chimed in the air, their ethereal melody filling the space with a sense of peace. The great bell above remained silent, its bronze surface reflecting the mysterious moonlight. The chiming seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, bringing a profound tranquility to the chamber. Time lost its hold in that ethereal space. Seated in an ancient wooden chair, I watched shadows and moonlight dance across the floor, accompanied by the phantom bells, song and the rain's gentle cadence. Occasionally, fleeting movements caught the corner of my eye, whispers of robes or elusive shadows hinting at hidden depths. The papers on the desk rustled without a breeze, revealing fragments of sentences speaking of time's fluidity, of moments existing beyond the ordinary flow, of prayers echoing through reality's chambers. My watch, frozen at midnight, hinted at a suspension of time, while outside, the darkness remained constant, untouched by the passing hours. The rain's patter crafted intricate patterns in the air, lingering before dissipating, adding to the chamber's tranquil energy. Shadows held secrets, silences held unspoken truths, and the boundary between wakefulness and dreams blurred gently, allowing for profound insights. The chamber's air whispered ancient wisdom, willing to share its enigmatic stories with those patient enough to listen. Moonlight painted elegant script on the stone walls, leaving impressions of past visitors who had woven their tales into the tapestry of mystery. Lost in the chamber's timeless embrace, surrounded by rain's melody and ghostly bells, I felt time flow like honey, sweet and unhurried. The chamber's peace seeped into my very being, replacing urgency with serene acceptance. Descending the spiral staircase, the lone candle still burned steadily by the altar, illuminating the nave in a pre-dawn glow that seemed to emanate from all directions. The heavy door opened to a misty morning, the rain having abated during my silent vigil. Glancing back at the church, I caught a glimpse of kind, ancient faces in the windows, smiling knowingly before fading away like morning dew in sunlight. Despite numerous attempts to return, the path to the church always remained elusive. Yet on quiet rainy evenings, the distant chime of silver bells on the wind hinted at the church's enduring presence in its own pocket of time. Its mysteries awaited the next wanderer, guided by the rain's gentle rhythm and the whispered secrets of ancient stones. Story 2. The whisper of the autumn wind caressed the barren branches above, carrying a fragrance of decay and distant memories. Along the worn dirt path, my steps were hushed by fallen leaves, forming a gentle, earthy carpet underfoot. The early evening air possessed a peculiar October essence, crisp yet tender, enveloping me like a familiar leather glove. Though I had traversed this path numerous times, tonight held a different aura. Perhaps it was the mist that clung low to the earth, twining around the ancient trees like spectral fingers. Or maybe it was the unsettling stillness, broken only by the occasional leaf's sigh in the dwindling light. The first fractured candle beckoned me, lying askew at the path's edge, its white wax cleanly split in half, untouched by flame. Pausing, I knelt to inspect it closely, the break precise, almost surgical in its perfection. The wick remained pristine, untouched by fire's embrace. Continuing on, my pace slowed, each step deliberate. Another broken candle, identical to the first, lay 20 paces ahead, and another, a trail of shattered sentinels, meticulously placed along the path's border. As daylight dwindled, the forest grew dimmer, swallowed by the encroaching mist that transformed from wisps to a dense, rolling fog, obscuring all beyond a few feet. The chill deepened, and I pulled my jacket snug around me. Following the broken candle trail, a subtle shift in the atmosphere became apparent. A weighty energy permeated the air, unexplainable yet palpable. Silence thickened until even my breath felt distant and muffled. Each fractured candle I passed seemed to emit a faint glow, trickery of light or my mind's play in the dimming shadows. The path twisted more sharply, winding through the forest elder regions where trees embraced overhead, forming natural arches. The broken candles continued their mute watch, guiding me deeper into the woods. Though unfamiliar with this part of the path, a small voice urged retreat. Yet an unseen force propelled me forward, akin to a moth drawn to flame. The candle breaks altered, no longer clean and precise but jagged, violent. Some twisted, others crushed by unseen might. Still, they maintained equidistant placement, leading into the heart of darkness. The fog thickened, tangible as cotton clouds. Fingers tingling with an eerie electricity, neck hairs bristling, a coldness crept through the air, breath forming frosty puffs. A clearing emerged ahead, barely visible through the fog. Dozens of candles, upright and unbroken, encircled the space, their white wax softly gleaming. At the circle's center stood a lone black candle, so dark it seemed to swallow light. Stepping into the clearing, my footfalls echoed in the profound silence. The arranged candles pulsed with an inner glow, devoid of flame. The black candle, an obsidian-like entity, split down the middle, its halves barely touching. Reaching out, my fingers grazed the cool, smooth surface, and a deep, resonant hum thrummed through me. The sound emanated from all directions, vibrating to my core. The white candles intensified their glow, flameless, as the black candle's split widened, unveiling unfathomable darkness within. The hum crescendoed, a gentle tug drawing me toward the void within the candle, not physically, but on a primal level, calling to a buried aspect of my consciousness. Transfixed, the forest dissolved as the fog thickened, leaving only the glowing white candles and the abyss of the split black candle. Time lost relevance, minutes or hours indistinguishable. Gradually, shadows emerged from the darkness within the split candle, ethereal and mesmerizing, like submerged ripples in calm waters. The hum shifted, almost musical, stirring a sense of recognition beyond grasp. The shadows weaved intricate patterns, folding upon themselves in arcane geometries, revealing ancient truths just beyond reach. Enthralled by the impossible designs, time seemed suspended, lost in the dance of shadows. Slowly awareness returned as the fog thinned, the white candles dimming, and the hum fading to a whisper. Stepping back, the intricate patterns dissipated into the blackness of the split candle, the forest re-emerging around me. Retracing my steps through the darkened woods, the broken candles guiding me had vanished, leaving no trace. The fog lifted, revealing a starlit night sky. Sometimes I revisit that path, yearning for another broken candle, another trail to the enigmatic clearing. Yet, it remains elusive. On tranquil nights, as the wind murmurs through the trees and mist rises from the earth, a faint echo of the resonant hum lingers, stirring deep within. Recalling the intricate patterns within the split black candle, I ponder the truths they unveiled and the fragment of recognition they stirred in me. In dreams, those patterns resurface, unfolding in cryptic ways, teasing understanding just beyond reach. Perhaps some mysteries are destined to elude us, residing in the twilight realm between knowing and unknowing, where wonder and uncertainty intertwine in the gathering shadows. Story 3. The gentle hum of my car's engine whispered in harmony with the soft patter of raindrops on the windshield, creating a lulling cadence that synchronized with the steady rhythm of my heart. The night enveloped my vehicle like a velvety shroud, punctuated only by the warm glow of my headlights slicing through the darkness. It felt as though I had been driving for an eternity. Yet my watch stubbornly insisted that only 45 minutes had elapsed since I departed the cozy diner where I had paused for a cup of coffee. The road ahead unfurled endlessly, a ribbon of obsidian asphalt vanishing into the misty unknown. Towering pine trees flanked both sides, their boughs swaying ever so gently in the autumn breeze, casting ethereal shadows that danced across my path. The breeze carried with it the heady scent of damp earth and pine needles, a fragrance that typically offered solace, but tonight held a mysterious allure, tinged with an otherworldly essence. A peculiar realization dawned on me. The mile markers appeared to be repeating themselves. Initially brushing it off as a trick of fatigue, the pattern grew more conspicuous with each passing marker. Mile 47 would fade into the rearview mirror, followed by 48, 49, 50, only to circle back to 47 once more. My logical mind attempted to rationalize these anomalies. Perhaps multiple sections of road shared identical markers, or wariness clouded my perception. The soft jazz on the radio dissolved into static, prompting me to reach for the dial in vain, unable to capture a clear signal amidst the crackling interference. Beneath the static's shroud, faint whispers teased my ears, too indistinct to decipher yet potent enough to raise goosebumps. Opting for the soothing symphony of rain and the rhythmic sweep of wipers, I silenced the radio. As the night deepened, phantom cars materialized on the road, or rather, the same vintage vehicle, a relic from the 1950s, resplendent in its dull gleaming chrome under my taillights. It trailed behind at a precise distance for precisely 3 minutes before vanishing at each bend. Upon checking the mirror, it faithfully reappeared, maintaining the exact separation. The dashboard clock seized my attention, frozen at 11:47 p.m. A memory stirred of it, displaying the same time when the mile markers first played tricks on me, an hour prior. Halting at a rest stop to gather my wits and seek guidance, I found the lot deserted save for a solitary street lamp casting a golden aura upon the rain-slickened pavement. Stepping out, the air clung heavy, time itself seeming to congeal. Rain reduced to a misty haze hung suspended in the lamplight. A weathered information board caught my eye, its aged surface bearing an enigmatic map depicting inexplicable loops and curves, defying conventional cartography. A handwritten note in the corner imparted cryptic wisdom. Time is a circle here. The journey never ends, it just changes you. Returning to my car, the vintage vehicle from my mirror stood 3 spaces away, immaculate despite the rain, emanating the faint fragrance of aged leather and tobacco. Its emptiness belied a lingering presence, as if its driver had only just departed. Resuming my journey, the landscape metamorphosed subtly, trees elongated, their branches forming natural arches over the road, elusive to my headlights. The mist, once confined to distant pockets, now undulated across the path in lazy undulations, conjuring fleeting visages and shapes within its swirling vortex. Each subsequent rest area mirrored the last, down to the puddle patterns, with the vintage car consistently awaiting me 3 spaces distant, an enigmatic sentinel. Days seemed to meld into nights as I traversed this timeless road, the clock steadfastly fixed at 11:47 p.m. Fuel gauge stagnant, coffee perpetually warm, I encountered fellow travelers whose serene countenances hinted at an acceptance of this gentle temporal loop. A strange complacency settled within me, a yearning to eschew the familiar in favor of this enigmatic realm. The static whispers evolved into a melodic refrain, the mist's apparitions akin to old acquaintances. Mile marker 47 became a catalyst for discovery. New patterns in the foliage, nuances in light, melodies in static's murmur. The road unchanging, yet my perception evolving, akin to a symphony revealing hidden depths with each listening. As my headlights pierced the eternal night, a revelation dawned. This road without end, not a snare but a boon for those ready to embrace its infinite enigma. Rain continued its hypnotic dance on the windshield, beckoning towards the ever-anticipated mile marker 47, harboring secrets waiting to be unveiled, offering a perpetual odyssey of self-discovery. Story 4. As the raindrops tapped lightly against my windshield, a soft lullaby of nature enveloped me on my journey through the autumn night. The worn wipers swayed back and forth in a hypnotizing rhythm, gently brushing away the droplets that gathered like shimmering pearls. Guided by the muted glow of my headlights, I navigated the familiar path home, yet this evening held an enigmatic allure. The well-trodden road seemed to transform into an ethereal realm, with wisps of mist unfurling from the earth and meandering through the ancient trees that bordered the narrow lane. The fog crept forth gradually, akin to spectral tendrils stretching towards the darkening heavens. Ahead loomed the aged wooden bridge, a stoic landmark marking the midpoint of my nightly voyage. Weathered by countless seasons, the bridge stood resilient, its time-worn planks smoothed by the passage of time and travelers alike. Approaching closer, the mist thickened around the structure, as if drawn to its weathered embrace. The cadence of my tires altered as they met the wooden planks, creating a gentle, hollow beat that resonated through the tranquil night. Illuminated by my headlights, the mist swirled and danced in mesmerizing patterns, casting an enchanting spell upon the surroundings. Peering through the passenger window, glimpses of the dark, mirror-like surface of the creek below captured my gaze, reflecting the fading light in an otherworldly manner. A peculiar intuition prompted me to slow to a halt midway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the unnatural movement of the mist, more akin to a breath than a breeze, or the enigmatic play of light that defied logic. The rhythmic drumming of my tires gradually faded to a whisper as I came to a standstill. With the engine idling, a symphony of subtle sounds emerged. The murmuring flow of water below, the gentle patter of rain on metal and wood, and an elusive whisper at the edge of perception. The whisper, almost like distant voices carried by the wind, teased my senses with fragments of words just beyond comprehension. Opening the window slightly, the damp fragrance of the night infiltrated my car, a blend of wet wood, fallen leaves, and a hint of antiquity, reminiscent of forgotten chambers and dusty memories. The mist, curious and inquisitive, seeped through the crack in the window, carrying with it that tantalizing almost voice. Glancing at the rearview mirror, I beheld a curtain of white fog shrouding the past, while ahead the bridge stretched endlessly into the mist, the once familiar length of the crossing now obscured by uncertainty. The fog above the creek moved against the wind in deliberate spirals, a silent dance choreographed by unseen forces. A form materialized to my right, visible through the passenger window, a silhouette in the mist, resembling a figure standing by the bridge's railing, or a mere illusion born of the swirling fog. Yet, for a fleeting moment, a hand reached out towards my car, its outline soft and dreamlike, painted in watercolor hues washed by the rain. The radio, previously serenading me with soft melodies, began to flicker between stations of its own accord. Amidst the static, snatches of songs and voices flitted by, elusive and transient. Time itself seemed to warp, mirroring the fluidity of the mist outside. Minutes stretched and contracted, defying the logic of my watch and dashboard display. A gentle tap on my driver's side window broke the trance. The sound, akin to raindrops on glass, bore a deliberate intent. Startled, I turned to face the mist-veiled glass, where a semblance of a face seemed to materialize, a play of light and water droplets conspiring to create an enigmatic visage that dissolved as quickly as it appeared. The whispering voices crescendoed for a fleeting moment, almost coalescing into coherent words on the cusp of understanding. Like faint echoes of conversations overheard through walls, the enigmatic utterances tantalized with a semblance of meaning just beyond reach, akin to a fading dream upon waking. Slowly, I resumed my forward motion, the wooden planks of the bridge serenading me once more with their quiet melody. Crossing to the other side, the mist reluctantly relinquished its hold on my vehicle, dissipating into the night. In the rearview mirror, the bridge vanished into the pulsating mist, its breath-like rhythm echoing a tranquil heartbeat. The remainder of my homeward journey passed uneventfully, save for the radio's continued erratic behavior, teasing me with half-remembered tunes. Upon parking in my driveway, a peculiar sight awaited me on the passenger seat, a perfect circular puddle of water, unexplained and enigmatic in its origin. That night, as the symphony of rain serenaded me to sleep, thoughts of the bridge and its mystical fog lingered in my mind. In dreams woven with whispered mysteries, the almost words resurfaced, teasing comprehension, yet remaining just beyond grasp. Some enigmas, it seemed, preferred to linger in the realm of the unknown, shrouded in the mists of time like secrets whispered over dark waters. Story 5. In the quiet depths of the forest, where the ancient trees stand sentinel and the breeze carries secrets untold, I embarked on a journey as the twilight draped the world in hues of lavender and deep blue. With a wooden lantern as my guide, its flickering glow painting shadows on the mossy ground, I wandered in search of solitude among the murmurs of nature. The usual symphony of the forest was hushed, as if the very trees held their breath in anticipation. Even the cricket's song was but a faint whisper in the gathering darkness. It was a night unlike any other, a night where the air itself seemed to pulse with a mysterious stillness. As I delved deeper into the heart of the woodland, my gaze was drawn to a peculiar sight ahead, a cluster of trees whose branches had intertwined over centuries, creating a natural shelter of unparalleled beauty. This grove, with its twisted archways and corridors, beckoned to me like a forgotten palace sculpted by nature's hand. Intrigued by this newfound discovery, I approached the shelter, noticing the smooth bark and delicate etchings on the wood, patterns that spoke of a language older than time itself. The air within the enclave was warm, carrying a scent both sweet and unfamiliar, a blend of honey and ancient wisdom. Stepping beneath the woven canopy, I felt a shift in the very essence of the place. My footsteps echoed differently, as if the ground beneath me was not soil but polished wood. Curious objects adorned the branches, colored glass like captured stars, fragments of aged parchment woven into the twigs. With each step, the environment transformed subtly. The temperature rose, the light took on a greenish hue, and a soft hum filled the air, as if the trees themselves were singing a lullaby of ages past. The shelter revealed hidden alcoves and natural furniture, inviting me to rest and ponder the mysteries that surrounded me. As night descended outside, the grove came alive with a gentle dance of shadows and lights, creating a surreal spectacle that blurred the lines between dream and reality. The very branches seemed to bear witness to a craftsmanship not of this world, with intricate knots and symbols that defied explanation. Time lost its hold within this enchanted sanctuary as I found myself drifting between waking and slumber, lulled by the soft hum of the wood and the mesmerizing patterns of light above. The grove whispered ancient secrets, its presence ancient and watchful, a guardian of mysteries untold. When dawn finally broke through the canopy, I awoke from my reverie, the shelter now bathed in the light of day. As I prepared to depart, a single leaf, twisted in a shape akin to the mysterious writing of the branches, lay upon the natural table beside me, a silent farewell from a realm beyond. Returning to the forest, I sought the grove once more, guided by memories and whispers on the wind. Yet the path eluded me, shifting and changing with each step, as if the shelter itself existed beyond the boundaries of the known world, a place reserved for those who truly seek its arcane embrace. And so I continue to wander, drawn back to the forest time and again in search of that elusive grove. Though it remains a distant dream, a memory that dances on the edge of reality, I carry with me the echo of its magic, a reminder that amidst the ancient trees, mysteries abound, waiting to be unraveled by those who dare to listen to the whispers of the woods. Story 6. The soft patter of raindrops on ancient stone created a tranquil harmony as I stood at the mouth of the time-worn cave, my lantern casting a comforting glow on the weathered walls. The air carried with it the earthly fragrance of damp moss and mineral-rich waters, a scent so pure it whispered of centuries undisturbed by human touch. As a geologist, I had traversed countless caves, yet this one felt different. A sense of closeness, as if the very rock pulsated in rhythm with my own breath. Each step I took reverberated softly as I ventured further into the depths, the echo mingling with the gentle splash of water droplets forming puddles beneath stalactites above. The limestone formations caught the flickering light of my lantern, casting dancing shadows that seemed to possess a life of their own. Pausing at intervals, I ran my fingers along the cool, damp walls, tracing the intricate textures that whispered tales of geological epochs spanning eons. The tunnel gradually widened into a chamber where the ceiling soared beyond the reach of my lantern's light. The chamber resounded with the melodious symphony of water droplets trickling into small pools, each note contributing to a natural harmony that reverberated through the expanse. My boots left faint imprints in the fine silt covering the ground, and it was then that I noticed something unusual, delicate footprints in the silt, distinct from my own. These prints were smaller, seemingly ephemeral, appearing and vanishing at irregular intervals, as if their creator had danced through the chamber. Fresh they seemed, yet no signs of recent visitors marked the cave entrance, and the remote location made chance encounters improbable. The air chilled as I followed the enigmatic footprints deeper into the labyrinthine caves. The distant patter of rain had faded, replaced by the soft drip of water and something more elusive, a sound that made me halt, holding my breath to discern its source. Faint but unmistakable, the echo of footsteps, always tantalizingly close, just around the corner. Driven by curiosity, I pressed on. The cave's passages twisted and turned, forming natural archways adorned with delicate mineral formations that shimmered like distant stars in the lantern's glow. The footprints I pursued navigated effortlessly through the maze, never faltering at the numerous junctions we encountered. Time seemed fluid as I walked, though my watch revealed only 45 minutes had passed since my descent. The temperature stabilized, the air acquiring a sweet mineral essence reminiscent of pristine springs. Occasionally, movement flickered at the edge of my vision, yet every turn revealed only the gentle sway of shadows cast by my lantern. The footsteps drew nearer, their rhythm mirroring the cadence of my own heartbeat. Yet their origin seemed peculiar, from above rather than ahead. Raising my lantern, I illuminated a series of natural shelves on the cave wall, ascending like a colossal staircase. The footprints I trailed defied gravity, ascending the wall with an otherworldly grace. My rational mind sought explanations, unusual mineral formations, play of light and shadow, or perhaps my imagination weaving illusions in the silent cave. As I pondered the inexplicable tracks, a soft hum filled the chamber, a wordless melody seeming to emanate from the very stone, rising and falling like gentle tides. The echoes of footsteps ceased, replaced by this ethereal music that infused the air with a subtle energy. The flame of my lantern flickered, though no breeze stirred, and the shadows on the walls began to sway in synchrony with the hum. No fear gripped me, only a profound serenity and awe, as if I had stumbled upon an ancient beauty patiently awaiting discovery. Seating myself on a smooth boulder, I surrendered to the enchanting hum. The cave's ambience turned dreamlike, and I found myself swaying to the melody's rhythm. Water droplets fell in harmony with the music, creating shimmering ripples in the pools that mirrored golden light. Time lost its meaning as I sat there, enveloped in the cave's melodic embrace. The elusive footsteps occasionally returned, now dancing in circles around me, yet I felt no urge to pursue them. Instead, I existed in that moment, merging with the cave's ancient heartbeat. When at last I decided to depart, I observed the footprints had vanished, leaving no trace in the fine silt. The humming gradually faded as I retraced my steps, though its tune lingered vividly in my memory. The cave seemed altered on my return journey, not diminished in size or mystery, but more intimate, as if we shared a hidden bond. Pausing at the entrance, I glanced back into the dark abyss. The rain had ceased, and the setting sun cast long shadows into the cave's maw. As I stood there, a solitary set of footprints materialized beside me in the silt, formed by unseen steps that strode past and dissolved into sunlight. The cave whispered one final echo, not of footsteps, but of soft laughter, fading like a pleasant reverie into the distance. Even now, I find myself humming that unearthly melody when exploring other caves. And on rare occasions, in the quietude of the underground, I catch distant footsteps echoing my tune, dancing just beyond reach, forever almost there. Story 7, The Enchanted Staircase. The soft patter of autumn rain painted a tranquil melody against the window panes of my study, wrapping me in a cocoon of serenity as I delved into the trove of old family documents spread out before me. The warm, inviting glow of my antique desk lamp cast a circle of comfort around me, while the rest of the room danced with the flickering shadows of memories past. This house, once my grandmother's sanctuary, now mine after her peaceful departure, held within its Victorian walls a tapestry of generations gone by. Among the yellowed papers, my fingers chanced upon a hidden gem, a weathered leather-bound journal, its cover devoid of any markings, but for the traces of time etched into its surface. Opening it gently, I was met with the familiar script of my grandmother's hand, detailing mundane observations about the house's upkeep, until a particular entry caught my eye. Found another door in the root cellar today. It shouldn't be there. The foundation plans show solid wall. As the rain continued its soft lullaby, I reclined in my chair, pondering the cryptic words. Despite my childhood explorations of the root cellar, I could not recall encountering any mysterious door. The leather of my reading chair whispered softly as I shifted, and somewhere in the depths of the house, ancient wooden beams settled with a contented sigh. Rising soundlessly on bare feet, I made my way to the kitchen, where the cellar door beckoned at the end of a dim hallway, its brass handle gleaming in the light. With a subtle turn of the old key, the door swung open, ushering me into the cool embrace of the cellar's depths. The air was heavy with the scents of earth and stone, mingling with echoes of bygone harvests long stored in the forgotten corners. My flashlight danced over the rough-hewn walls and weathered shelves, everything appearing as expected until a peculiar sight caught my attention in the far corner. A section of the wall, imperceptibly different in texture, drew me closer as I traced its subtle irregularities. A gentle pressure revealed a hidden mechanism, and with a soft click, a secret passage was unveiled before me. A staircase, pristine and untouched by time, spiraled downwards into darkness, inviting me with an eerie warmth and a hint of floral sweetness that stirred memories of sunlit gardens. Although my grandmother's journal had hinted at the existence of the door, its contents remained silent about the mysteries that lay beyond. Yet the flawless construction of the staircase exuded a sense of reassurance, prompting me to descend into the unknown. The beam of my flashlight illuminated the path ahead, revealing an endless descent that curved gracefully out of sight, the sound of rain now a distant memory. Seated on the top step, I surrendered to the enveloping warmth of the subterranean air, where time flowed like molasses, each moment stretching languidly into eternity. As I descended further, the quality of light shifted, suffused with a golden hue that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves, adorned with shimmering patterns that danced in the ephemeral glow. The journey downwards was a symphony of sensations, the sweet fragrance mingling with ancient whispers, the touch of warm stone humming beneath my fingertips, and the faint echoes of distant melodies that teased my senses. At each pause, the space around me pulsed with a primal energy, as if the very earth beneath my feet held untold secrets. Finally, the staircase opened into a small landing, its walls adorned with cryptic inscriptions that seemed to writhe and morph in a language unknown to me. Sensing an invisible boundary, I settled on the landing, allowing the ethereal vibrations and balmy air to wash over me, neither threatening nor inviting, but simply existing in a realm beyond comprehension. Retracing my steps back to the surface, I found the cellar unchanged, the hidden door closing with a whispered sigh as I ascended to my study. The rain continued its timeless serenade against the windows, and as I closed my grandmother's journal, a faint revelation caught my eye. Beneath the mention of the door, almost imperceptible, were her words. Some questions are answers in themselves. Some doors exist not to be passed through, but to remind us of what lies beyond our understanding. The enigma of the staircase remained a silent sentinel, a testament to the enigmatic spaces that dwell between the realms of knowledge and imagination. On quiet nights, when the house murmured its ancient secrets, I could almost sense the waft of warm, sweet air rising from below, carrying with it the echoes of forgotten whispers. The journal now rests in my desk drawer, a silent witness to the mysteries that defy explanation. In moments of quiet reflection, when the rain taps gently against the glass and the world fades into twilight, I run my fingers over its time-worn cover, embracing the unknown that lingers in the hushed corners of the heart. For in that twilight realm between wakefulness and slumber, where questions dissolve into the ether, the allure of the unknowable beckons like a siren's call, weaving a tapestry of dreams that transcend the boundaries of understanding. Story 8. The soft patter of rain against my window was a soothing backdrop to the autumn evening, lulling me into a peaceful reverie. My reading lamp cast a warm glow over the pages of my leather-bound journal, where I chronicled the strange occurrences of recent weeks. The scratch of my fountain pen on paper provided a calming counterpoint to the rhythmic symphony of nature outside. It all began on a misty evening, much like the one enveloping me now. The sound of carriage wheels rolling over cobblestones caught my attention. Living in this historic neighborhood, such sounds were not uncommon. But this was different. The steady clip-clop of hooves and the smooth turning of wheels maintained a perfect, unbroken rhythm. Intrigued, I set down my teacup and approached the window, drawn by the hypnotic regularity of the sound. Through sheer curtains, I glimpsed an elegant carriage, its dark silhouette barely visible in the ethereal mist. It moved with mechanical precision, its wheels and hooves in flawless synchrony. No driver guided the coach, yet it navigated its path with unwavering determination. The windows were opaque, revealing nothing of its mysterious passengers, and the carriage itself seemed cloaked in a dark material that absorbed any light it touched. That first night, I watched it pass by 3 times, each circuit precisely 47 minutes apart. I found myself entranced by its punctuality, captivated by the mathematical perfection of its movements. In the following weeks, the carriage became a nightly visitor to our street. As dusk settled and the first stars emerged, its arrival was heralded by a hush that fell over the neighborhood. Even the animals seemed to sense its presence. Cats froze in their tracks, birds fell silent, creating an atmosphere of anticipation trailing in the carriage's wake. Other residents began to take notice. Mrs. Henderson claimed to have heard it pass her window at 3:17 a.m., its wheels echoing in her dreams. Local children counted the seconds between its appearances, a game that piqued their curiosity but was gently discouraged by their parents. I delved deeper into the mystery, filling my journal with meticulous observations. The exact shade of the carriage's exterior, the dimming of streetlights as it passed, the lingering scent of lilacs and wood smoke left in its wake. One foggy evening, compelled by a sudden urge, I decided to follow it. Wrapped in a warm coat, I trailed the carriage through unfamiliar streets, the fog thickening around us, obscuring everything but the rhythmic sound of hooves and wheels. Time seemed to lose its shape, stretching and contracting as I pursued the enigmatic vehicle. The surroundings transformed, becoming older, subtly different. The wheel's rhythm evolved into a haunting melody, ancient and melancholic. The scents of lilacs, old books, and forgotten memories mingled in the air, weaving a tapestry of the past. Lost in this dreamlike state, I stumbled, and when I looked up, the carriage had vanished. The fog dissipated, revealing my own street, my own house. The clock struck midnight, its chimes resonating in the stillness. That night, I found a lilac blossom on my desk, its petals a shifting hue of purple-black, untouched by time. Months passed, and the carriage continued its nightly rounds. I grew accustomed to its presence, finding solace in its unchanging routine. Sometimes I would sit by the window, counting the seconds between its appearances, pondering its purpose and destination. The lilac blossom, ever vibrant, seemed to hum with that elusive melody from distant wheels. As rain continues to tap against my window, I anticipate the approaching sound of hooves and wheels. Part of me wonders about following the carriage once more, surrendering to its rhythm and discovering its ultimate destination. But for now, I simply listen, feeling the gentle embrace of sleep beckoning me. The carriage moves through mist-shrouded streets, a mysterious journey between reality and dreams, its wheels turning, its horses stepping in perfect time. Story 9. The gentle autumn rain tapped softly against my window, creating a soothing rhythm that seemed to lull the world into a peaceful slumber. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cocooned in the warmth of a woolen blanket, I observed as the darkness of night slowly enveloped the once lively garden outside. The raindrops caught the fading light, turning into shimmering silver trails as they cascaded down the glass panes. Amidst this tranquil moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A faint green glow amidst the ancient oak trees at the far end of the garden, barely visible through the veil of rain. Swinging gently, like a lantern carried by unseen hands, the light emitted a soft, almost phosphorescent hue reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. Mesmerized, I found myself drawn to this enigmatic illumination, my gaze locked on its graceful dance through the trees. As the rain continued its melodic symphony, accompanied by the whispering of wind through leaves, memories of my grandmother's tales about the garden's mystical spirits flooded my mind. Stories she'd narrate in her gentle voice, weaving a tapestry of wonder and magic. Though as a child I dismissed them as mere bedtime fables, now watching the ethereal green glow, a spark of curiosity ignited within me once more. Rising from my seat, I pressed my palm against the cool window, tracing the path of a raindrop with a finger. To my surprise, the green light seemed to respond to my touch, growing brighter and weaving intricate patterns through the trees. Each movement left behind a faint trail of luminescence, fading like a delicate dream. The grandfather clock's deep chimes at 9 reverberated through the silent house, each toll syncing with the pulsing green light outside. Breath misted the window as I stood, captivated by the mysterious interplay of light and sound. Fueled by a mix of familiarity and intrigue, I reached for my raincoat, its comforting scent of old books and hearth beckoning me. Stepping outside, the garden felt transformed by the rain's gentle caress. The path underfoot, adorned with centuries-old stones, emitted a soft squelch with each step, harmonizing with the gentle percussion of water droplets from above. The closer I drew to the green light, the air thickened, crackling with an electric charge that tingled on my skin. Approaching the source, I discerned it wasn't a mere lantern, but a luminous sphere hovering at chest height. Its edges blurred, casting strange shadows that played tricks on the eye. Radiating a subtle warmth, the sphere seemed to distort time, slowing the descent of raindrops around it, creating a celestial display of emerald stars. The sphere beckoned, leading me on a path uncharted within the garden. The air carried the heady perfume of night-blooming flowers, foreign yet intoxicating. Time lost its grip as I followed the sphere's ethereal glow, guided by the steady rhythm of rain and my own hushed breath. Arriving at a hidden clearing, an ancient stone well stood sentinel, adorned with moss and ferns. The green light hovered above, casting its glow into the well's depths. Carved symbols on the well's rim seemed to shift and dance, emitting a faint luminescence that pulsed with ancient energy. Descending into the well, the green light revealed glimpses of otherworldly hues below, blues, purples, and golds swirling in a mesmerizing display. Water's musical echo resonated from the depths, defying logic and reaching into the unknown. As I stepped back from the well, the rain ceased, leaving a stillness that whispered of anticipation. The green light vanished, but the symbols continued to pulse softly, echoing the rhythm of my heartbeat. Retracing my steps, the garden seemed altered, the trees whispering secrets beyond my grasp. From my window I glimpsed the garden, unchanged yet imbued with a hint of mystery. On certain rainy nights, the air thick with earthy scents, I'd catch a fleeting glimpse of the gentle green glow between the trees. It called out, promising revelations, but I learned that some mysteries are best left untouched, residing in the realm between knowledge and awe. The well never reappeared where I had found it, yet on quiet evenings, I sensed the echo of water and music rising from the garden's depths. The soft pulse of green light lingered at the edge of sight, a reminder that the greatest mysteries need not be unraveled but embraced, transforming us in their gentle, enigmatic way. Story 10. The crisp autumn air enveloped my wooden cabin, heavy with the scent of fallen leaves. The ancient forest outside stood motionless, frozen in time. Not a single leaf rustled, not a branch swayed. This eerie stillness had persisted for 3 long days, defying the natural rhythm of the world. Nestled in my cozy armchair, wrapped in a soft wool blanket, I listened to the crackling of the fireplace. The flickering flames painted dancing shadows on the rugged walls, their warm glow contrasting with the dim twilight creeping in through the windows. My cup of chamomile tea sat forgotten, growing cold as I pondered the unsettling quiet that enveloped me. The forest had always been my refuge, a sanctuary from the chaos of modern life. But this silence felt different, heavy, almost sentient. It reminded me of the hush before a storm, that charged moment when nature holds its breath. Yet this moment stretched on, defying explanation. My cat Shadow rested on the windowsill, her sleek black fur reflecting the fire's light. Her ears perked up, her golden eyes fixed on something unseen in the darkness. At times, she lifted her head to track movements I couldn't perceive, her tail twitching with unease. That night, as I readied for bed, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the bathroom mirror. Behind me, where darkness should have been, a glimpse of a pale mist swirled with purpose. When I turned to look directly, only the black of night greeted me, yet the memory of that mist lingered like an afterimage. Sleep eluded me that night. The silence pressed against my ears, amplifying the sound of my own steady heartbeat against the pillow. In that liminal state between wakefulness and dreams, I detected a faint, rhythmic whisper, akin to distant breathing. Morning brought no reprieve from the stillness. The forest remained frozen in time, like a painting on the horizon. But a change had occurred overnight. The carpet of fallen leaves around my cabin had shifted, forming intricate patterns that seemed almost intentional. Curved lines and spirals radiated from the base of the trees, resembling ripples on a pond. Shadow refused to venture outside, perched by the window, fixated on the leaf patterns with unwavering intensity. When I ventured out for firewood, the air felt dense and resistant, as though moving through unseen syrup. The temperature remained steady, neither warm nor cold, creating a prickling unease on my skin. As dusk approached, a significant shift unfolded. The mist glimpsed in the mirror began to materialize at the forest's edge, weaving between trees like searching tendrils, pale and glowing in the fading light. Within its ethereal depths, shapes flickered, hints of movement that vanished upon direct observation. The breathing sound intensified as night fell, seeming to emanate from all directions, filling the spaces between heartbeats. Shadow pressed against my legs, her fur bristling. Together we watched as the mist crept closer to the cabin, carrying scents of earth, age, and something ancient and indescribable. That night, my dreams were woven with visions of roots breaking through floorboards, leaves whispering my name, and trees leaning in to peer through my windows, eyes hidden within their bark. The breathing sound transformed into a voice, speaking in a familiar yet incomprehensible language. Upon waking, my sheets were damp with dew, though all windows remained shut tight. The leaf patterns had evolved, intricate spirals spiraling outward from my dwelling like a colossal fingerprint. Even in daylight, the mist lingered, clinging to the ground in tendrils that seemed to reach for my steps. Shadow spent the day darting from window to window, tracking something unseen. On the 7th day of stillness, I discovered handprints on my windows, not on the glass, but in the condensation left overnight. These prints, larger than human hands with too many fingers, left trails that twisted and branched like vines. The breathing sound had become a constant presence, ebbing and flowing like distant waves. That evening, as I sat by the fire, I noticed the shadows no longer danced in time with the flames. They swayed to a different rhythm, synchronized with the forest's breathing. The leaf patterns from outside had invaded my home, appearing in the dust on shelves, the grain of the wooden floors, even woven into the fabric of my blankets. Suddenly, Shadow bounded towards the front door, pressing her ear against the wood. The breathing sound intensified, resonating within my chest, as if my heartbeat synchronized with something ancient and vast. The mist seeped through cracks, carrying scents of moss, mushrooms, and quiet decay. Though fear should have gripped me, it felt distant and inconsequential, like the outside world. Instead, a profound sense of recognition washed over me, as if I had finally noticed a presence always there, watching and waiting. The patterns surrounding me were a language, I realized, written in leaves, shadows, and breath. As I pen these words, the forest remains still, yet teeming with life. The mist has become a constant companion, swirling around my feet as I move through my home. Shadow no longer watches the windows, appearing content with our new reality. The breathing sound has grown so familiar that I only notice its absence in rare moments. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I feel I grasp the forest's message. Patterns shift and flow, forming words and images just beyond comprehension. The boundary between my human existence and the ancient awareness enveloping me thins each passing day. I question if the forest changed, or if I now see it as it always was. The stillness lingers, no longer oppressive but anticipatory, like a held breath before profound words. I hold my breath, waiting to hear the forest's next whisper. Leaves pirouette, mist spins its tails, and in the quiet between heartbeats, the forest breathes. And I breathe with it, merging into a mystery without need for resolution. Some questions are more beautiful unanswered, lingering like morning mist, inviting us to listen and wonder. Story 11. The gentle patter of raindrops against the window pane created a soothing melody as I sat in my grandmother's antique study, enveloped in the familiar scent of old leather-bound books and cedar wood. The autumn evening had descended early, cloaking the house in a soft veil of darkness, illuminated only by the warm glow of my reading lamp. Cradled in my hands was her weathered leather journal, its pages aged to a golden hue, harboring a tale shrouded in mystery that was destined to reshape my perception of the night and the starlit sky. It had been 3 months since my grandmother passed away, leaving behind this lakeside abode along with its enigmatic secrets. Among her possessions, this journal stood out, its pages adorned with her graceful script, unveiling something extraordinary about the vast lake that extended beyond the property. I had always been intrigued by the way the water seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it, even on the brightest of nights. The rain continued its gentle lullaby as I delved into her words penned decades ago. The lake cradles memories in its depths, but not in the way one might imagine. It doesn't merely mirror the stars, it captures them, holds them, akin to fireflies in a jar. I have witnessed them descend, one by one, their luminance waning as they submerge into the inky waters. A soft creak from the floorboards diverted my gaze from the journal. In the profound silence of the house, every sound carried weight and significance. The aged grandfather clock in the hallway told the hour with its solemn chimes. 9 resounding bells, each resonating through the vacant rooms, each drawing me deeper into the ambience of my grandmother's musings. Returning to the journal, I found myself engrossed in her meticulous observations. The first time I witnessed a star cascade into the lake, I questioned my own sight. It appeared as a rift in the tapestry of the night sky, a gentle descent rather than the swift streak of a typical shooting star. It graced the water's surface with a barely perceptible ripple, then descended leisurely, its radiance flickering weaker and weaker until it vanished entirely. Outside, the rain began to wane, transitioning from a steady drumming to a hushed whisper. Through the bay window of the study, I glimpsed the lake's expanse, a vast mirror of darkness stretching towards the horizon. The veils of clouds above began to part, unveiling patches of the night sky, yet no stars mirrored on the lake's surface. It remained an absolute void, absorbing whatever scant light dared to touch it. My grandmother's writings grew more intricate. I have commenced documenting them, the falling stars. They adhere to a pattern, though it took me years to discern. They descend most frequently during the autumn equinox, when the boundary between our realm and whatever lies beyond appears thinnest. The lake doesn't merely gather them, it preserves them somehow in its lightless abyss. A cool zephyr whispered through the study, causing the curtains to sway gently. I wrapped my sweater tighter around my shoulders, sensing that the drop in temperature wasn't entirely natural. The journal continued. There's a melody they produce as they sink. Not a splash, but a melodic note akin to a crystal glass being hummed with a wet finger. Each star possesses its unique pitch, its individual song. Sometimes on profoundly tranquil nights, I swear I can hear them harmonizing from beneath the surface. The clouds had dissipated entirely now, unveiling a sky sprinkled with stars. Yet as I peered over the lake, its surface remained unfathomably dark. Drawing nearer to the window, I discerned something peculiar. The stars above the lake seemed to flicker in a manner distinct from those above the surrounding forest. They pulsated with an odd, almost hypnotic cadence. My grandmother's subsequent entry seized my breath. I have started comprehending why the stars gravitate towards this lake. It's not a random convergence. They are beckoned here, summoned by something lurking in the depths. The lake is not merely a repository. It's a custodian of celestial enigmas, a sentinel of extinguished radiance. The true query is, what becomes of their light once it's absorbed? Rising from my reading chair, I ambled towards the French doors leading to the back veranda. The wooden planks murmured softly under my tread as I stepped outside, drawn by an inexplicable compulsion to draw closer to the lake. The atmosphere carried a cool, damp fragrance from the recent rain, mingled with the earthy aroma of wet soil and pine needles. In the distance, an owl crooned softly, its call reverberating across the water. The pages of the journal rustled in my grasp as a gentle breeze stirred. My grandmother's script had acquired a sense of urgency in the later entries. I have begun perceiving shapes beneath the surface. Not reflections, but entities entirely distinct. They undulate like schools of fish, yet emit a faint, star-like incandescence. Whatever the lake is crafting with the light it gathers, it's engendering something novel, something exquisite and peculiar. In response to these words, I detected a subtle alteration in the lake's surface. The darkness seemed to shift, unveiling hues of deep blue and purple, reminiscent of oil on water. And then I espied it, a star, descending so languidly it appeared to hover, dropping from the heavens towards the lake's embrace. It descended with deliberate elegance, as if guided rather than plummeting. The star caressed the water with the most delicate of ripples, and then I heard it, the crystalline note my grandmother had delineated, pristine and haunting. The sound resonated with something profound within my core, evoking memories I hadn't realized I harbored. As the star's radiance began to fade beneath the surface, I comprehended why my grandmother had spent countless nights observing this lake. More stars initiated their descent, each selecting its moment, each contributing its voice to an ethereal symphony discernible solely to those attuned to listen. The lake's surface teemed with subtle movements, interplays of light and shadow that seemed to pirouette beneath the veil of water. It was a spectacle both beautiful and melancholic, akin to witnessing the final embers of a fire wane. Perusing the final entry in my grandmother's journal, I encountered words that seemed to encapsulate this moment flawlessly. The lake doesn't obliterate the starlight, it transmutes it. Each fallen star becomes part of a grander whole, an anthology of celestial recollections that the lake cradles in confidence. Occasionally, I fancy I can discern them murmuring their narratives, chronicles of cosmic odysseys and ancient radiance, now conserved in these benighted waters. Standing there on the porch, witnessing the unhurried descent of falling stars, I finally comprehended why my grandmother had elected to reside beside this lake. It wasn't merely a body of water. It was a depository of light, a steward of astral mysteries. a realm where the demarcation between earth and firmament blurred and wavered. The night deepened, and more stars continued their gentle descent into the lake's embrace. Each one left behind a trace of its voyage in the guise of that crystalline resonance, engendering a nocturnal symphony that bridged the chasm between the ordinary and the miraculous. Standing witness to this extraordinary exhibition, I sensed a profound tranquility envelop me. My grandmother's parting words in the journal now rang true. The lake of faded stars isn't a terminus, it's a genesis. Every light it assimilates becomes part of an eternal ballet, a festivity of the never-ending metamorphosis. To behold it is to realize that naught truly ceases. It merely transmutes, discovering novel avenues to radiate in the shadows. The rain recommenced, a gentle shroud of water that seemed to forge a connection between sky and lake in a glistening curtain. I lingered on the porch, clutching my grandmother's journal close, observing as more stars embarked on their gradual descent into the awaiting waters. Each carried its own tale, its own luminosity, uniting with myriad others in the lake's enigmatic depths. As the night deepened and the celestial ballet persisted, I comprehended that I had inherited more than a lakeside residence. I had become the subsequent custodian of this astral secret, the next beholder of this unending cycle of falling stars and transfigured light. The lake's surface undulated gently, as if acknowledging this unspoken accord, while above, the night sky perpetuated its eternal performance, stars gleaming, descending, and being reborn in the somber waters below. Story 12. The soft murmur of the wind weaving through the autumn leaves whispered a lullaby as I strolled along the forest trail in the dusky evening. A fragrance hung in the air, a blend of earthy decay, fallen leaves melting into the soil, mushrooms peeking out from hidden nooks, and the fading perfume of summer blossoms yielding to the embrace of fall. The setting sun cast elongated shadows between the trees, their slender branches stretching like graceful fingers across my path. These twilight walks had always been a solace to me, a retreat from the confines of indoor spaces after long, tiring days. The forest exuded a different kind of silence, a living hush filled with subtle rustlings and distant murmurs, a symphony of nature's whispers. But on this particular evening, a mysterious shift lingered in the air. The usual chirping of crickets felt muffled, as though even they were attuned to a hidden presence in the deepening shadows. The first call of an owl pierced the fading sunlight, a familiar sound from my nightly wanderings, a melodic series of hoots that reverberated through the woodland. Yet it wasn't the owl's call itself that captured my attention, but the response that followed. Another owl chimed in, its voice carrying an unfamiliar tune, a melody that danced on the edges of my memory. The two calls intertwined, creating a haunting duet that halted me in my tracks. As I stood transfixed, more voices joined the ethereal choir. 3, then 4, then a multitude too numerous to tally, each with its own unique timbre, blending together in a harmonious symphony that defied the natural order. The sound seemed to emanate from all directions at once, enveloping the spaces between the trees in an otherworldly serenade. The temperature dropped imperceptibly, a fine mist rising from the forest floor like spectral tendrils. Through the veiling fog, I discerned a peculiar quality in the way shadows moved among the trees, a fluidity that defied the fading light, as if darkness itself had a purpose, a life force of its own. Time lost its grip on me, my watch suspended in its ticking as if the forest existed outside its boundaries. The mist thickened, and within its embrace, vague shapes materialized, not quite solid, but more than mere shadows. They glided with a grace reminiscent of celestial dancers in a slow, mesmerizing ballet. These forms seemed to respond to the owl's call, swaying and coalescing in perfect synchrony with each haunting note. As my eyes adjusted to the deepening gloom, I glimpsed hints of wings, of ancient eyes, of beings that hovered between avian and something indefinable. I found myself swaying in harmony with the forest song, my breath falling into rhythm with the pulsing cadence of the night. The cool mist enveloped me like a gentle embrace, and despite the strangeness unfolding around me, I harbored no fear. Instead, a profound tranquility settled within me, as if I had stumbled upon a timeless ritual, a sacred dance performed in these woods since time immemorial. Slowly, I became aware of a shift in the owl's melody. The harmony deepened, layers of sound interweaving in patterns that hinted at profound truths just beyond my grasp. The misty shapes drew nearer, their movements intricate and mesmerizing. In the spaces between their ghostly motions, I caught fleeting glimpses of other realms, moonlit clearings unknown to me, ancient trees that defied logic, stars aglow with hues that defied description. Time meandered on its enigmatic course, and I found myself walking once more, guided by the owl's song, the misty dancers as silent companions. I traversed what felt like moments or eternities, letting the music guide me through the twilight realm. Eventually, familiar landmarks emerged, the gnarled oak that marked my usual path's boundary, the moss-covered boulder resembling a slumbering beast. Yet they appeared imbued with a magical essence, touched by the night's enchantment. As I neared the forest's edge, the mist dissipated, and with it, the unearthly chorus began to fade. One by one, the owl voices receded, until only a single hoot lingered, the same gentle call that had initiated this spectral symphony. Then, even that lone voice dissolved into the night, leaving behind a silence heavy with unspoken secrets. Stepping out from the trees, my watch abruptly resumed its ticking. According to its hands, merely an hour had elapsed since I entered the forest, though my experience suggested a different reality. The misty dancers had vanished, leaving behind only the ordinary shadows of early evening. In the subsequent days, I continued my twilight walks, never again encountering the mysterious chorus or its ghostly audience. Sometimes, on profoundly silent nights, I caught a whisper of that enigmatic harmony in the distance, or glimpsed a movement at the edge of my vision. Yet, the full symphony remained elusive, a dreamlike memory that felt more tangible than reality itself. The forest guarded its secrets closely, unveiling them only in moments of perfect twilight, when the veil between the possible and the fantastical grew thin. I still tread the forest paths as dusk descends, pausing to listen when an owl's call pierces the gathering dark. And occasionally, ever so rarely, I sense the faint stirrings of a response, carrying with it the promise of another dance between shadows and light, orchestrated by the solitary owl's song. Story 13. The rhythmic pulse of waves against weathered stone filled my consciousness as I strolled along the winding path leading to the lighthouse. The evening air was cool, carrying with it the invigorating scent of salt and seaweed, mingling harmoniously with the earthy aroma of damp soil from the recent rain. Each step I took on the moist ground was met with the gentle rustle of tall grass swaying in the coastal breeze, creating a soothing symphony of nature's own making. Before me stood the lighthouse, its whitewashed walls exuding an ethereal glow in the fading twilight. The paint peeled delicately, unveiling layers of history etched into its very essence. As the lighthouse keeper's assistant, this structure had been a steadfast presence in my life, yet tonight an unfamiliar aura enveloped it. The usual warm golden beam that should have been sweeping across the waters was conspicuously absent, though the lantern room at the top of the tower emitted a soft glow. The iron key felt icy in my hand as I unlocked the heavy wooden door, which groaned open with a deep, resonant sound reverberating through the circular chamber. Stepping inside, I was greeted by the familiar scents of brass and mineral oil, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that eluded my senses, a blend of old books and dried flowers. My footsteps echoed softly on the stone floor as I began my ascent up the spiral staircase, counting each of the 142 steps. Though a journey I had taken countless times before, tonight, Each step seemed to whisper secrets beneath my feet. The usual sounds of the lighthouse, the ticking of the clockwork mechanism, the hum of the wind through the ventilation shafts, appeared muffled, as though veiled by a thick fog. The brass handrail felt unusually warm to the touch, contrasting with the coolness of the evening air. As I ascended, I noticed subtle anomalies, faint markings on the walls resembling writing, the logbook open on the desk despite my recollection of closing it after my last entry. The last entry, scribed in my own hand, detailed a peculiar occurrence. Light shines forth but illuminates nothing. The beam passes through the fog as if it doesn't exist. Sensing a drop in temperature, I climbed the final steps to the lantern room. The Fresnel lens sparkled brilliantly, capturing and refracting the lamplight. Yet peering through the glass panes, I beheld a disconcerting sight. The light seemed to dissipate just a few feet from its source, vanishing into the darkness beyond. Approaching the windows, I gazed out at the unusually serene sea, its surface resembling black silk devoid of any starry reflections. The horizon had melded into an absolute darkness, pulsating with an enigmatic life of its own, obscuring the boundary between sea and sky. A mysterious entry in the logbook seized my attention once more. Turning to it, I witnessed words materialize on the page as if inscribed by an invisible hand. The darkness doesn't consume the light. It transforms it into something we cannot perceive. Some things are meant to remain unseen. Observing the water where the beam should have touched, I noticed patches of liquid shadow swirling against the current, forming cryptic patterns akin to a hidden language written in absence of light. Mesmerized, I watched as the humming from the lens intensified, synchronizing with the pulsing glow of the lamp. Within the lantern room, time flowed erratically, the moon traversing the sky at an accelerated pace, while the clock indicated only minutes passing. The rotation of the lens twisted the darkness outside into perplexing shapes, defying comprehension and warping reality. As I descended the stairs, reality felt askew, as if traversing layers of existence subtly misaligned. The lighthouse, once a beacon of guidance, now seemed to inhabit a realm between worlds, its purpose transcending mere illumination. The following day revealed no trace of the strange occurrences in the logbook, the tools back in their designated places, and the beam casting its light as expected. Yet on tranquil nights, a faint echo of that enigmatic event lingers, a fleeting moment when light fades into the unknown, accompanied by a barely audible hum. In those moments, I ponder if the lighthouse isn't merely illuminating the darkness, but engaging in a silent dialogue with it, conversing in the language of light and shadow beyond our comprehension. The mystery of that night persists, shrouded in layers of uncertainty that shift with each recollection. The lighthouse stands vigilant, and I continue my watch, acknowledging that some mysteries are best left unsolved, concealed within the enigmatic space between light and dark, known and unknown, seen and unseen. Story 14. The hushed murmur of the wind as it weaved through the ancient pines filled the cool morning air, guiding me along the meandering mountain path. Each gentle step I took whispered softly on the bed of fallen pine needles, creating a harmonious cadence that mirrored the rhythm of my own beating heart. The mist draped low and dense, enveloping the towering trees in a gentle embrace, muffling even the slightest rustles of the wilderness. Solitary hikes had always called to me, offering solace in the tranquil arms of nature. But this day felt different, a peculiar stillness hanging in the air, deeper and more profound than any silence I had known. Not even the usual symphony of birdsong graced the atmosphere, as if the mountain itself held its breath in anticipation. Nestled in my backpack was an old leather journal, a chance find at an estate sale. Its pages were adorned with enigmatic musings about this very mountain range. The prior owner, a seasoned naturalist who had dwelled in these lands for generations, chronicled peculiar occurrences that unfolded in these peaks. He spoke of places where sound gathered like water in hidden valleys, where whispers from afar resonated with crystal clarity, while shouts mere feet away dissipated into thin air. Ascending higher, the mist thickened and the silence deepened. My footfalls, once a comforting rhythm, now felt distant and muted, as if belonging to a stranger. The air grew weightier, caressing my ears with a gentle yet persistent touch. Pausing to sip from my canteen, the sound of swallowing reverberated oddly in my mind, as though I were hearing it not with my ears but with my soul. The journal alluded to a specific clearing, delineated by a ring of weathered stones, where the silence purportedly reached its zenith. According to the naturalist, those who stumbled upon it often encountered what he cryptically termed the quiet that speaks, though his elucidations tapered into fragmented obscurity towards the end of his entries. As the trail curved around a colossal boulder, the clearing came into view. 7 ancient stones, each towering at waist height, stood in a rough circle amidst the trees. Wisps of mist twirled and pirouetted between them, moving in intricate patterns that seemed almost intentional. The air within the circle was utterly tranquil, yet the mist swirled on in its mesmerizing ballet. Stepping into the circle, a shift was palpable. The pressure in my ears heightened, though not unpleasantly. It was akin to being gently submerged in warm waters. The silence here possessed a different essence. It felt sentient, as if listening intently. My own breath became inaudible, yet the rise and fall of my chest persisted. The crunch of pine needles beneath my boots had vanished completely. I settled at the circle's heart, leaning against one of the smaller stones, and unfurled the journal. The naturalist's final passage seized my attention. The silence whispers memories, revealing what must be heard if only we listen with more than just our ears. Enveloped in those words, a shift cascaded through my perception. The silence acquired texture and depth, akin to layers of diaphanous fabric caressing one another. Amid that profound stillness, I discerned sounds that defied reason. The soft laughter of children frolicking in a distant schoolyard, the rhythmic creak of my grandmother's rocking chair, the gentle patter of rain on a tin roof from bygone years. These were not mere recollections or echoes. They felt immediate and tangible, yet impossibly distant, as if the silence itself acted as a conduit, focusing distant moments in time. I shut my eyes, allowing these ethereal sounds to wash over me. Each carried not only the auditory essence of the memory, but the full sensory spectrum. The scent of my grandmother's lavender perfume, the balmy embrace of summer air on my skin, the flavor of raindrops. Time slipped away imperceptibly as I lingered, enveloped in this cocoon of animated silence. The sun had begun its descent as I finally opened my eyes, its rays barely piercing the perpetual mist enshrouding the circle. Rising to depart, a peculiar sight arrested me. My shadow on the earth was not solitary. Faint yet distinct, other shadows moved at the periphery of my vision. Upon direct gaze, they dissipated, though their presence lingered. The journal bore a final scribble, penned in unsteady script on its last leaf. They are the custodians of silent realms, the bearers of forgotten echoes. They harbor no malice, merely a desire to impart their collection upon those attuned to truly listen. Descending the mountain, the world's familiar sounds gradually returned. The hush of my footsteps, the murmur of wind in the boughs, the distant call of a lone bird. Yet within me, something had shifted. The silence had imprinted upon me, a subtle resonance humming within my very core. At times, in the quiet lulls before slumber, I catch whispers once more, impossible sounds carried upon silent currents. And sometimes in the dead of night, when the world holds its breath, I swear I glimpse those shadows at the edge of sight, patiently awaiting to share their treasury of echoes with those who truly hear. The naturalist spoke true. The mountain conceals enigmas within its silence, tales inscribed in the absence of sound. Though I've revisited numerous times since that initial encounter, the clearing eludes me. Perhaps it reveals itself solely to those who crave the wisdom veiled in silence's discourse. Or perhaps, akin to the shadows and their trove of echoes, it exists within a liminal realm where silence deepens to speak. Story 15. The soft murmur of autumn leaves pirouetting across the wooden porch accompanied my nightly ritual of tea before slumber. Wisps of steam lazily ascended from my cup, carrying the gentle essence of chamomile and honey. The aged house whispered softly, its familiar creaks a soothing melody in the deepening dusk. It was in that tranquil moment that I sensed a shift in the moon. Low and luminous in the night sky, it bore an unusual gleam, a subtle pulsing akin to a distant heartbeat. Mesmerized, I found myself entranced by this celestial rhythm, my breath falling into sync with its mysterious cadence. The air stilled, an eerie hush descending upon the surroundings. The rustle of leaves faded, the cricket's chorus silenced. In that profound quietude, a sound unfurled, faint yet distinct, a melody without instruments, a song without voice, echoing from the moon itself. Forgotten, my tea grew cold as I sat captivated by this ethereal spectacle. The moonlight thickened, almost tangible, weaving silver strands that cascaded like liquid light from above. They swayed in an unseen breeze, forming intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient scripts, messages just beyond comprehension. Inside, shadows stirred, not mere flickers cast by passing clouds, but deliberate movements following the silent beat. The shadows waltzed along the walls, assuming shapes almost human, but not quite, moving with a grace transcending earthly bounds. Standing now, though unaware of rising from my seat, the wooden floor hummed beneath me, a subtle vibration coursing through my being. The temperature dipped, raising goosebumps, yet fear found no purchase. Only wonder and peace lingered. With each pulse of the moonlight, the world metamorphosed subtly. Colors deepened, textures flowed like water, and the air shimmered with silver specks of light. Time dissolved, minutes stretching to hours, hours condensing to fleeting instants. Somewhere within the house, a clock tolled midnight, its chime distorted, elongated, as if carried through water. Each toll intensified the moon's silent song, the shadows quickening their dance, their forms sharpening. Faces flickered in the shifting silhouettes, expressions mirroring my own inexplicable tranquility. A gentle wind stirred, bearing the fragrance of night blooms foreign to my garden, enveloping me in a tender embrace. The moonlight responded, weaving intricate patterns through the air, elusive to mortal eyes. Bathed in this impossible radiance, a realization dawned, ancient secrets whispered by the moon, worlds bridging the gaps between moments, realities brushing against our own like silk on skin. It murmured of nights when the boundaries between present and potential blurred, when the tangible and intangible intertwined. The shadows beckoned, inviting me to join their dance, my feet moving to a rhythm unseen yet deeply familiar. The moonlight enveloped me, a shawl of silver, and for a fleeting moment, weightlessness embraced me, as if I could step into the silver glow and tread the light itself. Reluctantly, the intensity waned, shadows returning to their static forms, moonlight dwindling to its usual radiance. The silent song ebbed, leaving behind a resonance that hummed in my bones. Returned to my seat, tea cold and forgotten, the night resumed its normal cadence. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled, the house sang its familiar lullaby. Yet a fundamental shift had occurred, irreversible and profound. The moon held a new mystery, casting doubt on the line between dream and reality. Now on quiet nights beneath the full moon, I linger on the porch, attuned to the subtlest echoes of that silent melody, the faint shimmer of silver strands in the air. The shadows, they remember the dance, though they no longer perform it. They reach out with a knowing grace, hinting that some enigmas are meant to dwell beyond our grasp, in the exquisite space between wakefulness and reverie. In that twilight realm where the moon whispers its silent lullaby and shadows sway to melodies of the heart, a peace beyond words awaits. Evening tea in hand, I watched the moon ascend, feeling its pulse, a distant call to a dance unfathomed yet cherished. In that tranquil moment of possibility and wonder, magic unfurls, transcending logic, finding solace in the mysteries that dwell in the ethereal spaces between realms. Story 16. The wooden steps whispered beneath my feet as I made my way up the ancient dwelling of the lighthouse keeper, each creak echoing softly in the curved stairwell. Outside, the autumn wind caressed the weathered walls, creating a melodious hum that seemed to harmonize with the very essence of the structure. It was my grandmother's letter that led me to this peculiar place, where time flowed differently, blurring the lines between reality and dreams in a mesmerizing dance. The air carried a delicate blend of aged books, sea salt, and the earthy scent of rain-soaked wood, enveloping me in a comforting embrace. Tracing my fingers along the intricate carvings of the mahogany banister on the third-floor landing, I felt the history etched into the smooth imperfections by generations long gone. The evening light filtered through tall windows, casting elongated shadows that danced gracefully on the faded wallpaper, like silent performers in a timeless ballet. Nestled in my coat pocket, my grandmother's final letter beckoned, its edges worn soft from repeated readings. "The tower holds secrets," her elegant script whispered, "but they are secrets that murmur rather than clamor, that beckon rather than startle. When the time is right, dear one, follow the path of the leaning shadow. It will reveal truths forgotten by others." The top floor unveiled a circular chamber bathed in perpetual twilight. Dust motes floated lazily in the amber sunlight streaming through the windows, creating halos around the carefully arranged furniture. A regal reading chair, a quaint table with a brass lamp, and walls adorned with mysterious instruments whose purpose remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, it was the tower itself, visible through the eastern window, that captured my attention. Its unique tilt defying the laws of physics against the darkening sky. Sinking into the welcoming embrace of the reading chair, the leather seemed to mold itself to my form as if anticipating this moment. The gentle glow of the brass lamp on the table barely reached the room's corners, leaving them draped in comforting shadows. Below, the sound of settling wood and gentle creaks created a soothing rhythm, as if the dwelling itself was alive and breathing. For 40 years, my grandmother had dwelled in this realm, serving as both lighthouse keeper and guardian of the tower's enigmatic mysteries. Locals spoke of her with reverence and awe, sharing tales of ethereal lights flickering in the tower at odd hours, of elusive music that drifted from unknown sources, and of visitors departing with serene smiles, their newfound knowledge kept sacred. As the sun descended, a remarkable sight unfolded before me. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, moved across the floor in a mesmerizing pattern that defied logic. Instead of a steady glide, it traced a peculiar trajectory, reaching out to specific objects in the room. First caressing a small silver box on the mantel, then stretching towards an ancient compass mounted on the wall, before settling on an unassuming section of the wood paneling. Following my grandmother's cryptic guidance, I waited until the shadow aligned perfectly with a faint seam in the paneling. With a gentle push, the section swung inward, revealing a narrow passageway spiraling upwards into the heart of the tower. The air that drifted down carried a comforting warmth, infused with a hint of lavender, my grandmother's beloved fragrance. Smooth stones lined the passage, emitting a soft luminescence that illuminated the way forward. Ascending, I noticed intricate writing covering the walls, a script that eluded my direct focus by shifting and morphing with each glance. The tower's lean intensified with each step, yet I maintained an effortless balance, as if the skewed angle was the most natural path to follow. Finally, I emerged into the upper chamber, a space seemingly larger than the tower's exterior dimensions. The circular room boasted windows offering diverse vistas, a tranquil seascape at sunset, starlit skies, and unfamiliar landscapes that teased recognition. At its center stood a peculiar contraption, a fusion of astronomical instrument and music box, its metallic components gleaming in the enigmatic light. Parts of it moved with graceful precision, devoid of any visible mechanism driving them. Beside it lay a soft leather-bound notebook, filled with my grandmother's flowing script. "My dearest," the initial page beckoned, "you have reached the heart of it all. The tower awaited your presence as it awaited mine and those before us. What lies before you is not merely an instrument, but a key to unlocking the gentle enigmas that dwell in the spaces between moments, in the pauses between breaths, in the silence between heartbeats." The ensuing pages held instructions unlike any I had encountered before. Rather than rigid directives, they offered poetic suggestions, a fusion of physics and dreams woven into words. They guided me to adjust the instrument not through sight or touch, but by sensing its inclination, by attuning to the subtle harmonies it shared with the tower's lean. As night enveloped the chamber, revelation dawned upon me. The tower's tilt was not a flaw, but a design. It stood at the precise angle to capture elusive currents of time and possibility that meandered unseen through the world. The instrument in the room molded these currents into experiences beyond measure or record, to be felt and cherished, not understood. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I communed with the instrument, learning its cadence, feeling its responses to gentle interactions. Through the windows, fleeting glimpses emerged, a youthful figure resembling my grandmother, gazing out with wonder. Children from a bygone era frolicking in a vanished garden, vessels sailing beneath unborn stars. With the deepening night came a profound serenity. I comprehended why my grandmother likened the tower's secrets to whispers rather than proclamations. These were truths best savored by releasing the need for comprehensive understanding, by embracing the notion that some mysteries are meant to be lived rather than dissected. As dawn approached, I retraced my steps through the spiraling passage, emerging into the circular room just as the first blush of morning tinted the sky in soft hues. The tower's shadow now gestured westward, heralding a fresh day, yet I knew it would resume its enigmatic journey come nightfall. Settling back into the reading chair, the weight of the night's revelations draped around me like a comforting cloak. The brass lamp continued to radiate a gentle glow, now mingling with the pale dawn filtering through the windows. In the distance, seabirds sang their morning chorus, their melodic voices carried on the whispering wind caressing the tower's walls. My grandmother's letter felt transformed in my pocket. No longer a set of directives, but an invitation to a legacy I was only beginning to grasp. The tower would persist in its celestial lean, capturing moments and mysteries in its graceful tilt, while I stood witness to their unfolding, learning, and adding my own tale to its cache of gentle secrets. The morning light intensified, yet I remained ensconced in the chair, attuned to the dwelling's tranquil breath, sensing time flowing both forward and askew through the tower's angled chambers. More revelations awaited, more insights to glean, but for now, being present in this realm where reality bent just enough to allow magic to seep through sufficed. For, as my grandmother inscribed, certain secrets are crafted to murmur rather than shout, and the tower would maintain its tender vigil, leaning eternally towards the heavens, gathering stories akin to starlight, sharing them with those willing to listen, not solely with ears, but with hearts. Story 17. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees as I strolled down the meandering path leading to my grandmother's ancient Victorian abode. The worn wooden steps groaned softly under my weight, a melodic reminder of countless childhood journeys. The porch lanterns, typically aglow with a warm radiance on the wraparound veranda, stood ominously dim that night, their glass surfaces reflecting only the ghostly moonbeams. I had inherited the house 3 months prior, following my grandmother's serene departure in her slumber. Since then, I had adopted the habit of igniting the 12 antique lanterns each dusk, just as she had done for decades. This nightly ritual brought me solace, a way to preserve her essence in this dwelling filled with cherished memories. Yet this evening felt peculiar. The air held an uncommon stillness, laden with the fragrance of rain-soaked earth and aged timber. As I reached for my key ring, my fingertips brushed against the brass lighter in my coat pocket, the same one my grandmother had wielded for years, its surface smoothed by decades of use. The foyer enveloped me in its familiar blend of subtle lavender and aged books, scents my grandmother had curated through years of burning dried blooms and amassing leather-bound tomes. My footfalls echoed softly on the hardwood as I navigated the house, illuminating the vintage wall sconces that bathed the Victorian wallpaper in a soft amber glow. Commencing my evening routine, I attempted to ignite the first lantern by the entrance. The brass lighter clicked softly, but the wick remained unlit. Perplexed, I tried again with no success. Each lantern I encountered refused to kindle, shrouding the porch in darkness. A cool breeze ruffled the ivy framing the porch, casting dancing shadows on the wooden floorboards. The moon ascended higher, casting a silvery luminescence through the leaves, creating intricate patterns that seemed to shift and sway with a life of their own. Despite testing the brass lighter successfully on a candle indoors, the lanterns remained stubbornly dark, defying my efforts. The gentle ticking of the grandfather clock drifted through an open window, a reminder of the ceaseless passage of time. Yet this night existed in a realm beyond ordinary time, as if the darkness of the lanterns had ensnared a pocket of stillness in the world. Memories surfaced of my grandmother's tales about the lanterns, recounting instances when they refused to illuminate on significant nights. Settling onto the porch swing, I let its rhythmic creaks meld with the nocturnal symphony. The air chilled, carrying the sweet scent of nearby honeysuckle. In the distance, an owl hooted softly, blending with the rustle of leaves. Observing the darkened lanterns, I noticed a peculiar sight. Thin silver threads, barely visible in the moonlight, linked each lantern, shimmering like ethereal spider silk. As the grandfather clock tolled midnight, the silver threads grew more defined with each chime. By the final toll, they formed a delicate web connecting all 12 lanterns. Within this luminescent circle, the air grew heavier, yet pulsated with an inexplicable vitality. The scent of lavender intensified, reminiscent of my grandmother's perfume. The porch swing subtly swayed, as if a phantom presence had joined me. Remaining still, I watched as the silver threads throbbed gently, casting a soft glow that revealed shadowy figures dancing between the lanterns. Indistinct yet familiar, these forms stirred a recognition I couldn't articulate. These weren't mere lanterns. They were custodians of memory, protectors of familial history. Their refusal to ignite wasn't a malfunction, but an enigmatic invitation. Hours slipped by as I sat there, enveloped in the nocturnal chorus and the subtle movements of the shadows. With the first light of dawn, the silver threads faded, dissolving entirely. Rising from the swing, my grandmother's brass lighter exuded warmth in my grasp. Reattempting to light the lanterns, each one ignited effortlessly, radiating a golden glow infused with memories of those who had tended them before. The light now bore witness to narratives not just of my grandmother, but of generations past. These lanterns held stories etched in shadow and light, awaiting nights of darkness to unveil their profound truths. I divulged this experience to no one, instead attuning myself to when the lanterns chose to remain unlit, marking poignant anniversaries or significant nights that would reveal their deeper meanings. The circle of extinguished lanterns became my clandestine inheritance, a reminder that certain lights must dim for subtler illuminations to emerge. And on tranquil evenings, as I sit on the porch swing amid the golden lantern's glow, I ponder how darkness isn't merely an absence of light, but a distinct presence, narrating tales understood only in the language of shadows and silence. Story 18. The soft melody of raindrops tapping against my window had transformed into a soothing lullaby, weaving a tale of ancient whispers in the night. Inheriting my grandmother's enigmatic house had unveiled a subtle evolution in its essence, as if the aged walls were slowly unfurling their concealed narratives. Tonight, the rain descended with a delicate touch, veiling reality in a misty embrace. Each step I took on the time-worn wooden floorboards echoed with the voices of bygone eras. The air carried the familiar aroma of well-loved books and lavender, a blend that evoked memories of tranquil Sunday afternoons spent immersed in tales with my grandmother. My nightly ritual had evolved into a meditative dance, inspecting every room before retiring, ensuring windows were sealed and doors snugly shut. The house exuded a spacious yet intimate ambiance, illuminated by the warm glow of vintage wall sconces, casting dancing pools of light on the wallpaper, conjuring shifting shadows that seemed to breathe with life. As I neared the end of the upstairs corridor, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. The air grew denser, tinged with a faint metallic tang reminiscent of an impending storm. Standing before the door to my grandmother's study, its mahogany facade loomed taller and more imposing than I remembered. Was it always this commanding? The brass doorknob shimmered with an inner radiance amidst the encroaching shadows. Placing my hand on the familiar wooden surface, I sensed a change in the grain, as if the wood had stirred from a long slumber. Despite the warm summer evening, the door felt unusually cool to the touch, sending a shiver down my spine. Turning the knob, I marveled at its newfound smoothness, gliding open with a hushed whisper to reveal the study beyond. Initially, everything appeared normal. The antique desk bathed in moonlight, shelves adorned with ancient tomes, the worn leather armchair where my grandmother once sat. Yet an unsettling discord lingered, akin to a painting slightly askew. Shadows crept in the corners, denser and more substantial than they should have been. The familiar scent of aged paper and leather now carried a delicate sweetness, akin to night-blooming blossoms. Stepping into the room, the floorboards sighed beneath my weight, the sound lingering longer than expected. My grandmother's collection of antique books adorned the shelves, their spines forming a tapestry of faded hues and gilded titles. However, in the dim light, the titles seemed to shift and morph when viewed askance. One particular volume beckoned me, its dark leather binding absorbing rather than reflecting the room's gentle glow. As my fingers grazed the book, a subtle movement in the shadows behind the desk captured my gaze. The air grew colder, redolent of damp earth and autumn leaves, drowning out the pitter-patter of rain. A profound silence enveloped the room, pressing against my ears as the door clicked shut behind me, though my hand hadn't lingered on it. Turning to inspect the door, it appeared altered, taller, aged, etched with symbols that undulated like liquid. Yet with a blink, it reverted to its familiar state, a mere portal to my grandmother's study. Redirecting my focus to the shelf, the dark volume I had reached for had vanished, leaving a void where it once resided. Adjacent books leaned inward, as if closing ranks. A whisper of movement brushed past my shoulder, carrying a hint of lavender, my grandmother's cherished scent. The room's ambiance shifted, cocooning me in intimacy, the windows reflecting only obsidian darkness, isolating me from the external world. However, this darkness didn't menace. It cradled me like a tender embrace, exuding warmth and familiarity. Sinking into my grandmother's leather armchair, its weathered contours molding to my form as if embracing an old acquaintance, I observed the shadows' deliberate choreography. They wove intricate patterns on the walls, inscribing cryptic messages in an ancient tongue decipherable only by the heart. Time wavered, minutes blending seamlessly into hours as I lingered, entranced by the shadows' silent narratives. The darkness beyond the windows acquired a velvety texture, undulating like silk in unseen currents. The air thickened with unspoken tales, memories that might have been mine or the house's own. Occasionally, elusive shapes flitted across the window's reflective surface, ethereal forms hinting at human semblance or something beyond mortal comprehension, moving with an otherworldly grace. The door maintained its vigilant stance, its significance amplifying with each heartbeat. No longer a mere entrance to a study, it morphed into a gateway to realms ancient and vast, resonating with enigmatic wisdom. The brass doorknob pulsed softly, akin to a living pulse. As night deepened, the boundary between wakefulness and reverie blurred. The shadows coalesced into intricate motifs, symbolic of cosmic order and sublime significance, dancing with intent across the room. The aroma of lavender intensified, intermingling with nostalgic fragrances evoking childhood recollections and uncharted territories. The darkness outside radiated a luminescence, akin to a moonless sea's fathomless depths, harboring spectral specters hinting at infinite narratives. The rain, now a melodic symphony rather than a mere meteorological occurrence, echoed a haunting tune. Rising from the chair without recalling the motion, I gravitated towards the door, its surface rippling like liquid, revealing nested patterns within the wood grain. The brass knob emitted a gentle, inviting glow, pulsating with beckoning warmth. Extending my hand, I felt no trepidation, only a profound sense of recognition, as if awaiting this juncture unknowingly. Noiselessly, the door swung open, unveiling not the hallway but a space enshrouded in fluid darkness. Not a void, but a realm teeming with potential and allure. Whispers emanated from within, carrying echoes of familiar voices and half-remembered melodies. Lavender notes wafted through, mingling with the fragrance of antiquity and something ethereal, reminiscent of starlight and distant reveries. Standing at the threshold, I sensed the gentle pull of the unknown. Shadows reached out like tendrils, not menacing but coaxing, akin to a long-lost loved one's embrace. Behind me, the study dimmed, receding into the background as the doorway demanded my attention. Whether I traversed its threshold or lingered within the study, I could not discern. The demarcation between present and elsewhere, between now and then, dissolved like the intricacies in the wood grain. The door persisted, simultaneously open and shut, tangible and intangible, a conduit to realms beyond conventional comprehension. Even now, on serene rainy evenings, the door beckons, sometimes a mere portal to my grandmother's study, corporeal and familiar. Yet, in the veiled hours of night, amidst dancing shadows and laden memories, it transforms, a passageway to perpetual twilight, bridging the chasm between actuality and potentiality. The darkness beyond patiently waits, eternal and immutable, neither malevolent nor benevolent, existing as it always has. Within that obscurity, in the boundless expanse of possibility, perhaps my grandmother lingers in her armchair, immersed in tales unending, surrounded by shadows embodying the wisdom of ages past and those yet to unfold. The rain persists, its gentle cadence a reminder that certain enigmas are meant for experience, not unraveling. The door endures, an invitation and a riddle, leading to a darkness that might just be a different iteration of light. Story 19. The soft patter of raindrops danced against the ancient stained glass windows, creating a gentle melody that filled the empty chapel with a soothing symphony. Seated in the back pew, my fingers traced the weathered wooden surface, every groove and imperfection telling a story of time gone by. The air was heavy with the scent of old books, melted beeswax, and the unique mustiness that lingers in forgotten sacred places. I hadn't planned to be here, but the sudden autumn storm had led me to seek refuge within these hallowed walls. The heavy doors had opened with a creak, as if welcoming me in. Now, as the rain whispered outside, I found myself strangely grateful for this unexpected moment of solitude. The chapel was a realm of shadows and murmurs. Rows of empty pews stretched ahead, their dark wood gleaming faintly in the dim light filtering through the windows. The vaulted ceiling soared into darkness above, its intricate woodwork a mystery in the encroaching dusk. At the front, barely visible, stood the altar, a simple stone structure holding the weight of countless prayers within its weathered facade. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, something caught my attention. A soft, warm light flickered from behind the altar, in a place where darkness should have reigned. The light, steady yet rhythmic, almost seemed to breathe. Mesmerized by its gentle pulse, I pondered whether to investigate. A flicker of logic suggested a forgotten candle, perhaps left by the caretaker, though no signs of recent activity were evident. But there was something different about this light, unlike any candle I had ever seen. Rising from my seat, I moved forward cautiously, my steps barely audible on the ancient stone floor. The air grew chillier as I neared the altar. The mysterious light continued its dance, casting shifting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord along the chapel walls. The scent in the air shifted too. Beneath the familiar mustiness, a hint of freshness lingered, like dew on grass at dawn. Turning the corner of the altar, I discovered not a candle, but a small alcove, previously unnoticed. The source of the light remained elusive, emanating from within the alcove. Adorning its walls were faded frescoes, their colors muted by time, yet somehow reflecting that mysterious glow in a mesmerizing play of light and shadow. Leaning closer, I tried to discern the details of the paintings. They depicted a procession of robed figures, each carrying an object glowing with the same warm light that now enveloped me. But the images seemed to shift and move, as if the procession was alive within the confines of the alcove. The sound of rain faded into the background, or perhaps my awareness of it waned. The air crackled with a gentle energy, reminiscent of the calm before a summer storm, yet devoid of any threat. The light pulsed, and faint whispers, foreign yet comforting, brushed against my senses. I reached out, almost touching the brightest spot on the wall. The air beneath my fingertips felt warm and tangible, like sunlight taking shape. For an instant, faces appeared in the glow, serene and welcoming, before fading back into the gentle radiance. Time seemed to lose its grip as I stood there, feeling the light respond to my presence. Peripherally, I glimpsed movements, robed figures among the pews, flickering candle flames in the shadows. Yet each time I turned to look directly, the chapel remained empty, steeped in tranquil solitude. A distant rumble of thunder brought me back to reality. The storm was departing, its voice now a gentle murmur. I realized I had no sense of how long I had stood there, captivated by the mysterious light. Reluctantly stepping back from the alcove, I noticed a change. The once animated frescoes now appeared as mere faded paintings on ancient walls. But the light persisted, pulsing with a rhythm akin to a heartbeat or a breath. Retracing my steps through the chapel felt like moving through a dream. When I reached the heavy doors, I glanced back for a final glimpse. The warm glow still beckoned from behind the altar. With another pulse, I sensed a soft sigh resonate through the empty space. Outside, the rain had transformed into a gentle mist, carrying the fragrance of damp earth and autumn leaves. Walking away, thoughts lingered on the enigmatic light, a beacon of peace, perhaps always present, waiting to be discovered by those in need, or appearing only to a select few at particular moments. Since that rainy evening, I have revisited the chapel countless times. Sometimes the light pulses with its gentle rhythm, other times shadows and silence prevail. Yet each visit leaves me with a profound sense of tranquility, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be experienced and cherished rather than solved. Even now, on quiet rainy nights, I think of that distant light, pulsing like a guiding star, a reminder that not everything that glows in the darkness requires understanding to be cherished. Story 20. The gentle glow of street lamps filtered through a soft autumn mist, creating elongated shadows that swayed and danced with ethereal grace. The worn cobblestones beneath my feet shimmered with evening dew, each step echoing through the tranquil alley. Ancient brick buildings rose on both sides, their smooth facades weathered by endless seasons of rain and wind. Despite having traversed this path countless times before, tonight held a different essence. An unusual stillness hung in the air, as if the world itself paused to take a breath. The familiar scents of autumn, fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and cool stone lingered more distinctly, more deliberately. My footsteps slowed as I observed the shadows lingering a moment too long after I passed. They twisted and stretched in defiance of the street lamp's positions, like dark silk swaying in a hidden breeze. The tap of my shoes against the stone became the sole sound in a world that had hushed. The antique shop to my right displayed its collection of curiosities in the window: brass candlesticks, aged photos in tarnished frames, delicate porcelain figurines. Yet tonight, the items seemed to have shifted slightly from their usual arrangement. One photograph, in particular, drew my gaze, a misty alley that bore a striking resemblance to where I stood. The mist thickened, not threatening, but rather like a gentle blanket settling over the evening. It carried a faint metallic tang, evoking memories of rain-washed pennies and autumn leaves. The amber glow of the street lamps transitioned into pulsating halos, almost as if they were breathing. Continuing my walk, I noticed subtle changes unfolding around me. The shadows cast by the shop's objects no longer matched their sources. They moved with fluid elegance, shaping forms hinting at figures just beyond recognition. Yet there was no fear in their dance. It was captivating, almost serene. The brick walls absorbed the sound of my steps, cocooning me in a silence akin to a comfortable shawl. The air grew heavy with the scent of old books and tea leaves, though no nearby shops sold such wares. Faint specks of light drifted through the mist, resembling lazy fireflies on a summer night. I found myself slowing down, drawn into the hypnotic ambience. The shadows continued their silent ballet, seeming to react to my presence, not menacingly, but as if curious children peeking out shyly. They reached towards me tentatively, then gracefully retreated when I turned to face them. The shop's window now reflected more than just its contents. In its glass I saw layers of time overlapping, ghostly images of people who had walked the alley in bygone years, their forms transparent and serene. They moved soundlessly, living out their routines in an eternal loop, unaware of my existence or the present moment. The mist weaved intricate patterns in the air, almost resembling meaningful shapes, like words etched in smoke. The shadows began to take on distinct forms now, suggesting forgotten merchants, Victorian ladies with parasols, children playing joyfully, all moving in perfect silence through their remembered roles. Approaching the alley's end, I noticed a peculiar aspect of my own shadow. It moved slightly out of sync with my steps, as if contemplating each movement independently. When I raised my hand, my shadow mimicked the action a moment later with a thoughtful delay. The air warmed, carrying scents of chamomile and lavender from unknown origins. The mist pulsed gently with a soft amber light emanating from within. The brick walls seemed to breathe slowly, their surfaces rippling ever so slightly with each pulse. When I touched one, I felt a tender warmth beneath my fingertips. The bricks held memories, releasing them in subtle waves. The touch of countless hands, whispered conversations of passers-by, the embrace of summer days and winter nights. Patterns began to form on the cobblestones, intricate designs shifting and flowing like dark water. They narrated tales of the alley's past, of intersecting lives, shared secrets, and promises made. Each pattern seamlessly dissolved into the next, crafting an endless narrative with light and shadow. Time lost its significance as I stood there, witnessing the silent dance of history. The mist enveloped me like a gentle embrace, and the shadows continued their elegant performance. The boundary between observer and participant blurred as I became part of the alley's ongoing tale. As night deepened, the shadows grew more defined yet softer. They moved with intent, shaping forms hinting at doorways or windows to different eras. Through these shadowy portals, glimpses of the past emerged. Horse-drawn carriages passing silently, phantom lamplighters igniting gas lamps, elegant women sweeping their doorsteps. The antique shop's window transformed into a canvas for these temporal echoes, reflecting not just the present, but layers of history and potential futures. My shadow began to intertwine with the others, joining their silent dance with natural grace. It glided through the cobblestone patterns like a brush through water, seamlessly merging with the existing flow. The experience wasn't unsettling. Rather, it exuded a deep tranquility, as if I had found my place in an eternal choreography. When I turned to leave, my shadow hesitated briefly before following. The mist parted before me, and the amber light of the street lamp seemed to bid me farewell. The air still carried the comforting scents of chamomile and old books, fading like a dream upon waking. Glancing back, I witnessed the shadows continuing their silent ballet, weaving stories in the interplay of light and dark. The antique shop window reflected a final image, my figure walking through the alley, from a time that could have been yesterday or a century ago. The distinction no longer mattered. Carrying the peace of that evening, I walked home, knowing the alley would never look the same to me. The shadows would always dance there, whispering their silent tales to those who paused to observe. And sometimes, on quiet, misty evenings, I returned to join their gentle performance, adding my shadow to their eternal, silent symphony. Story 21. The soft patter of rain against the ancient stone walls weaves a tranquil melody that resonates through the vast corridors of the grand castle. Nestled in my temporary abode, I observe as raindrops meander lazily down the leaded glass windows, their journey illuminated by distant flashes of lightning. Candlelight flickers, casting warm shadows that seem to sway in harmony with the dancing flames. Entrusted as the newly appointed guardian of this majestic edifice, I arrived just before the onset of the autumn storms. My predecessor departed abruptly, leaving behind a weathered journal brimming with enigmatic scribblings and peculiar observations. The aged pages carry a faint aroma of time intermingled with a hint of something sweeter, perhaps lavender or dried roses, a fragrance that lingers in the air whenever I unfurl the journal's secrets. The castle itself stands as a testament to medieval craftsmanship, its weathered stones holding within them tales of bygone eras etched into their rugged surfaces. Tapestries adorn the walls, their hues softened by the passage of time, yet still whispering tales of ancient feasts and revelries. In the hush of the night, when the wind ebbs, I can almost discern the faint echoes of ancient merriment carried on the perpetual draft winding through the corridors. Tonight, as the storm gathers intensity, I notice a peculiar shift in the way shadows play across the grand hall. The candlelight seems to catch on invisible forms, akin to watching wisps of smoke meander through water. It brings to mind an entry from the old caretaker's journal, referencing what he termed the breathing of the castle. Initially dismissed as the fanciful musings of a solitary soul, I now find myself uncertain. Descending the spiral staircase, my footsteps muffled by the plush carpet runner cloaking the worn stone steps, the air grows cooler, carrying with it the earthy scent of the castle's ancient foundation. The expansive hall sprawls before me, its lofty ceiling vanishing into darkness above. Rain beats a steady rhythm against the towering windows, providing a serene backdrop to my exploration. As I traverse the space, I discern subtle variations, pockets of air that feel slightly warmer or cooler than their surroundings. It evokes the sensation of strolling through sun-kissed patches on a cloudy day, yet here no sun casts such nuances. Turning to the journal once more, I unearth a passage where the former caretaker mapped out these very anomalies, dubbing them the castle's breath. The tapestries stir softly, though no detectable breeze stirs the air. Approaching a particularly exquisite piece portraying a medieval hunt, its threads gleaming dimly in the subdued light, I sense the distinct feeling of being observed, not with malice, but with inquisitiveness, as if the castle itself contemplates its new custodian. The journal yields accounts of similar encounters, detailed in escalating intricacy. The previous caretaker had begun to discern patterns in the castle's behavior, how certain chambers would warm prior to a storm, how the tapestries would shift in specific sequences, how the very air seemed to pulse with a slow, steady rhythm akin to a slumbering giant's breath. Hours drift by as I venture forth, jotting my observations beside the old ones. While the storm outside intensifies, within the castle's embrace, an unexplainable sense of tranquility envelops me. The thunder, instead of menacing, resonates like the satisfied exhalations of an ancient entity. Lightning momentarily illuminates the stained glass windows in vivid bursts, casting kaleidoscopic hues that dance across the stone floors. In the library, a remarkable discovery awaits. The former caretaker had remarked that during potent storms, the books would seemingly arrange themselves in enigmatic configurations. Tonight, I witnessed leather-bound tomes subtly shifting on their shelves, their spines aligning in ways that capture the candlelight uniquely. It is not eerie, rather it feels akin to witnessing a clandestine performance, as if the castle divulges one of its enigmas to me. The grandfather clock in the corner tolls midnight, its resonant chimes echoing through the vacant chambers. As the final peal fades, I discern another alteration in the room's ambience. The air crackles with anticipation, akin to the pregnant pause before a summer rain, yet instead of crescendoing, it settles into a gentle warmth that enfolds me like a comforting embrace. Drawn to a particular section of the library, where the former caretaker dedicated much of his time, evidenced by the well-worn chair and the proliferation of notes in his journal, the shadows waltz uniquely, crafting patterns that almost resemble inscriptions on the walls. The old caretaker endeavored to decode these ethereal messages, filling pages with potential interpretations. As the night deepens, I begin to comprehend why he was so enraptured. The castle transcends mere architecture. It embodies something more profound, something sentient in its own distinctive manner. The stones do not just retain memories, they seem to exhale them into the air, sharing them with those receptive to listen. In the journal's concluding entry, the former caretaker inscribed something that now resonates deeply. The castle does not unveil its mysteries, it imparts them, akin to a grandmother recounting tales to a cherished grandchild. The enigmas are not meant to be unraveled but experienced, to be immersed in. Each night heralds fresh whispers, new patterns, and ancient breaths carrying fragments of bygone centuries. Penning my inaugural entry in a fresh journal, the storm persists its gentle siege on the castle walls. The shadows continue their graceful ballet, the tapestries sway, and the air pulsates with its enigmatic warmth. I comprehend that my purpose here transcends uncovering the castle's secrets or deciphering its riddles. I am here to become a part of its enduring narrative, to interweave my breath with its age-old rhythms, to unite with the myriad others who have trodden these halls and sensed the edifice's tender, animate essence. The candlelight flickers, and I observe my shadow melding with the others that frolic across the walls. Somewhere in the distance, a door creaks softly, and I smile, acknowledging that the castle is merely turning another page in its unending saga. Tonight, as the storm enfolds us both, I feel not merely a resident or a transient dweller, but a denizen within these sentient walls, where each night unveils new whispers of old lore, and each shadow harbors the allure of another gentle enigma awaiting revelation. Story 22. The gentle embrace of twilight descended upon the weathered stone walls of the ancient monastery, draping them in a cloak of amethyst hues. Standing at the threshold of the deserted sanctuary, I observed as the evening mist meandered through the dilapidated arches, carrying the delicate fragrance of wild roses that intertwined with the aged stones. A stillness, pregnant with anticipation, enveloped the atmosphere, causing even the avian denizens to hush in reverence for the impending nightfall. Intrigued by tales of its mystic allure, I ventured to capture the beauty of the ruins through my camera lens, finding solace in the weight of the familiar device hanging around my neck. Sunbeams, on their final journey, filtered through shattered windows, painting elongated shadows that pirouetted across the weathered floor. Each footfall reverberated softly through the vacant corridors, harmonizing with the gentle rustling of leaves carried by the caressing evening zephyrs. The monastery, a relic of centuries past, stood as a silent witness to countless prayers and secrets whispered within its walls. Now, reclaimed by nature, ivy embraced the aged stones like a lover's embrace, while moss carpeted the ground in verdant splendor. Delving deeper into the labyrinthine complex, a gradual chill permeated the air, despite the warmth of the summer eve. The stone walls glistened under the soft glow of my camera's flash, cloaked in a subtle dampness. An ethereal quality of light captured my attention, lingering in certain corners beyond the laws of physics, dancing around pillars in a mysterious ballet. A certain corridor beckoned to me, adorned with remnants of ancient frescoes that seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, only to remain motionless when directly observed. As twilight deepened, a peculiar cadence in the wind's whispers caught my ear. Rather than meandering aimlessly, it flowed with purpose, akin to invisible fingers tracing the ancient walls. At times, it murmured in a language just beyond comprehension, teasing the boundaries of understanding. Setting up my tripod within what appeared to be the main chapel, I readied my camera for long exposure shots in the waning light. Despite its decay, the space exuded a lingering reverence, with fragments of stained glass creating kaleidoscopic patterns upon the floor. Adjusting my camera settings, a subtle symphony of ambient sounds enveloped me. The wind's whispers grew more defined, weaving through the ruins like a melodic breath, blending with the intoxicating perfume of roses and the earthy aroma of moss and aged stone. Ensnared by this hypnotic harmony, I swayed gently, entranced by the rhythm of sound and scent. Through the viewfinder, shadows seemed to undulate in peculiar formations, responding to the wind's cadence like a slumbering creature's breath. Nightfall draped the monastery in an inky shroud, intensifying the chill in the air. Wisps of breath escaped my lips, forming ephemeral clouds, though the temperature did not warrant such frosty exhalations. The wind's whispers took on a more urgent timbre, carrying a spectral echo of my name amidst its unseen currents. Though not articulated in words, the combination of rushing air and clicking tiles seemed to form a spectral call. Compelled by an unnamed force, I ventured deeper into the heart of the ruins, my camera documenting each enigmatic step. Moonlight cascading through the fractured ceiling conjured shifting patterns that almost coalesced into recognizable forms, akin to faces glimpsed through rippling water. Within what once might have been the monastery's library, vacant shelves lined the walls, their time-worn wood absorbing the wind's voice. Pages turned in an unseen tome, whispering secrets just beyond comprehension. In the corner of the chamber, shadows pulsated with a velvety allure, responding to the wind's ethereal touch. Framing a final shot as moonlight bathed the empty shelves, I closed my eyes, surrendering to the symphony of whispers that enveloped me. The wind's melody wove a tapestry of ages past, narrating tales of prayers intoned and mysteries concealed within these hallowed walls. Upon opening my eyes, I sensed a shift in the darkness, as if the shadows held depths unexplored, windows into realms unseen. The wind's song crescendoed, resonating within my very bones, though the air remained eerily calm. Peripheral visions teased me with fleeting glimpses of robed figures gliding between the shelves, vanishing upon direct inspection. Reluctantly gathering my equipment, I retraced my steps through the ruins, accompanied by the wind's parting whispers, suffused with a bittersweet farewell. At the monastery's threshold, I cast a final glance backward. In the moon's silver glow, the ruins shimmered as if suspended between realities, bewitching and transient. Reviewing the photographs later revealed only crumbling stone and enigmatic shadows. Yet, in the stillness of midnight, when the wind weaves its haunting melody outside my window, echoes of that otherworldly song stir within me. In the realm of dreams, I return to those moonlit ruins, where the wind imparts its ancient secrets to those patient enough to listen. In quiet contemplation, I ponder the animated shadows and elusive whispers that beckoned me that fateful night. Unable to articulate the inexplicable experience, I acknowledge that some mysteries are destined to elude comprehension, dwelling within the twilight realm between reality and imagination, between the known and the intuited. The monastery, I am certain, endures, its stones murmuring their silent ballad to the wind. Thoughts of revisiting beckon, of lingering in the ancient library until shadows deepen and whispers resume. Yet a whisper of intuition cautions that such a return may yield a different encounter. Certain doors, once ajar, may never be rediscovered, existing solely in memory, in dreams, and in the narratives we weave when darkness falls and the wind speaks in tongues almost familiar. Story 23. The breeze whispered through the rustling autumn leaves, carrying a delicate blend of earthy scents and the aroma of aging blossoms soaked in rain. In the embrace of my grandmother's well-worn rocking chair, cocooned by a cozy wool blanket, I observed as the evening mist wove its way over my backyard, transforming familiar shapes into enigmatic silhouettes. The rhythmic creak of the chair against the wooden porch boards harmonized with the cadence of my breath, lulling me into a state of tranquil reverie. My gaze wandered to the ancient hedge that stood sentinel at the edge of my property, a wall of tangled branches reaching skyward, concealing its secrets behind a veil of lush foliage. Grandmother's tales echoed in my mind, weaving a tapestry of mystery around the hedge, hinting at hidden treasures safeguarded on the other side. As a child, I had embraced these stories as the whimsical musings of a bygone era, tales of moonlit fairies and whispering shadows. Amidst the mist-laden air, the faint scent of roses drifted, a perplexing presence in a garden devoid of such blooms. The fragrance intensified with the descent of darkness, a sweet perfume reminiscent of the dried rose petals nestled in grandmother's jewelry box. My eyelids grew heavy as I surrendered to the symphony of dripping water from the leaves, each droplet creating ephemeral ripples in the burgeoning puddles below. A soft, ethereal glow captured my attention, emanating from beyond the hedge. Unlike the harsh glare of neighboring lights or the sterile blue of modern LEDs, this light held a warmth akin to honey bathed in sunlight. Its gentle pulsations seemed to breathe, casting a mesmerizing dance upon the thorny branches. Enthralled, I rose from the chair, the blanket slipping unnoticed to the porch floor. With bare feet treading upon the dew-kissed grass, I advanced towards the hedge, each step sinking into the yielding earth. Closer to the hedge, intricate details emerged from the shadows. Dewdrops clung like crystalline jewels to the thorns, capturing and refracting the enigmatic golden light. Midnight blue roses, previously only a scent, materialized before my eyes, their petals a surreal hue nestled among the thorny embrace. Standing before the hedge, a revelation unfolded. A slender gap between the branches, a natural archway beckoning passage. The thorns yielded, forming an inviting threshold through which the golden light spilled, casting elongated shadows at my feet. Through this aperture, glimpses of an otherworldly garden unfolded. Contrary to the practicality of my own backyard, this space defied earthly norms. Flowers bloomed vibrantly where they should wither. vines with leaves akin to stained glass twined around ancient stone pillars, incongruous in a suburban setting. New scents wafted through the gap, fragrances of night-blooming jasmine, rain-kissed stone, and something ancient and enigmatic, akin to the whispers of forgotten tales. A sense of wonder, deep and profound, stirred within me, reminiscent of the enchantment of childhood tales spun by grandmother. I reached out to brush the petals of a midnight blue rose, anticipating a cool touch bathed in mist. Instead, warmth greeted my fingertips, as if the flower basked in eternal summer. A haunting melody, not quite music, but a mere suggestion of a song, drifted through the hedge, teasing the edges of perception. The golden light pulsed anew, casting shadows that moved with grace in the distant garden. These silhouettes, not menacing but graceful, evoked the image of dancers swaying to a distant rhythm. Each shadow left a trail of soft light, akin to fireflies painting ephemeral patterns in the obscurity. I found myself swaying in response, my being attuned to the half-remembered melody. The thorny archway seemed to widen imperceptibly, an unspoken invitation to traverse its threshold. Though reason whispered of impossibility, of hedges that do not part like curtains and gardens that do not glow with ethereal light, grandmother's wisdom echoed, urging me to embrace the beauty veiled by the veneer of the improbable. Water droplets fell in a melodic symphony, their rhythm synchronizing with the phantom melody from beyond. Time ebbed languidly, thick and sweet as honey, as the mist coiled around my feet, guiding me forward with gentle insistence. A balmy zephyr carried the mingled scents of roses, vanilla, and cedar, enveloping me in a tapestry of fragrances. The shadows in the enigmatic garden continued their ethereal dance, and within their swirling forms I fancied glimpses of familiar shapes, the sway of grandmother's skirts, the lilt of her voice as she wove her tales, the tenderness of her gestures revealing magic in the mundane. Once more the golden light pulsed, suffusing the hedge with a luminous sheen like dew-kissed petals at dawn. The gap, a portal to the unknown, remained open and patient, neither urging nor dissuading my next step. The mystery of the unseen world beyond lingered, a suspended breath in the cool night air. Rooted in the damp grass, I hesitated, the practicalities of the mundane world fading into obscurity. Perhaps, I mused, the true enchantment lay not in crossing the threshold, but in acknowledging the existence of such liminal spaces, where the ordinary brushes against the ancient and arcane, where childhood tales blend seamlessly with reality, like watercolors bleeding into one another. A smile of understanding graced my lips, realization dawning like the first light of dawn. Certain gardens are meant to be glimpsed but never fully explored, their mysteries preserved like pressed flowers within the pages of memory. The hedge, guardian of secrets for generations, held its enigmas close, waiting behind the veil of thorns, bathed in the golden luminescence and the music of falling rain. Story 24. The soft rustling of dried leaves outside my window interrupted my evening reading, beckoning me to listen to their whispered melody. Unlike the usual chaotic symphony of wind-blown debris, this sound carried a rhythm that captivated my senses. I set my book aside, drawn to the soothing scratch of the leaves against the glass. The old house settled around me with gentle creaks, enveloping me in its familiar embrace. My grandfather's cherished leather armchair cradled me under the warm glow of the reading lamp, casting elongated shadows on the darkening hardwood floor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a deep purple twilight seeped through the windows, painting the room in ethereal hues. The leaves' dance revealed a hidden pattern, their movements orchestrated in a mysterious cadence akin to a secret language. Intrigued, I abandoned my book completely, compelled to approach the window by an unexplained curiosity. The crisp autumn air carried scents of fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and a sweet chill that heralded the changing season. Drawing closer to the window, I observed the brown and golden leaves twirling and spiraling with deliberate elegance, as if part of a natural ballet choreographed by unseen hands. The shapes formed by the swirling leaves hinted at familiar yet elusive figures, teasing my perception with fleeting glimpses of recognition. Mesmerized, I leaned in further, my breath creating fog on the window pane, revealing ephemeral images that dissolved back into the chaotic whirl. A subtle drop in temperature infused the room with a chilling atmosphere, enhancing the mysterious allure of the leaf song. The haunting melody evoked memories of forgotten lullabies and ancestral whispers, stirring a primal response within me. Lost in the enchanting dance of the leaves, I felt a deep connection to something ancient and profound, resonating with primal truths buried beneath layers of forgotten time. The leaves' movements intensified, weaving intricate spirals that mesmerized me with their hypnotic beauty. A primal urge compelled me to open the window to bridge the divide between the captivating song and my secluded sanctuary. Despite a flicker of hesitation, I reached for the latch, the metal cool against my skin, hesitating on the threshold of a mysterious revelation. Outside, the leaves pressed closer to the window, their luminous forms glowing with an inner light that defied the darkness of night. The ambient purple twilight deepened, enveloping me in a surreal tableau of natural magic. A sudden creak from the old house jolted me from my reverie, bringing awareness back to the present moment. Reluctantly retracting my hand from the window latch, I felt a pang of regret as the leaf song waned, the intricate patterns dissolving into the night. Returning to my chair, I picked up my forgotten book, the room now imbued with a sense of quiet longing. The haunting melody lingered in the air, intertwining with the ambient sounds of the house, weaving a tapestry of ancient whispers and forgotten promises. Though I refrained from opening the window that night, the enigmatic melody continued to echo in the depths of my being, resonating with a language as old as time itself. Each evening, as the autumn winds carried the leaves in their graceful dance, I remained a silent observer, content to let the mysteries of the night unfold without interference. Yet in the hush of night, when sleep beckoned and the world fell silent, I found myself humming that ageless melody, a faint echo of the leaf song that once beckoned me to the threshold of the unknown. The leaves outside rustled in response, as if acknowledging a shared memory, a bond forged in the fleeting moments of twilight. And so the autumn winds continued to serenade my window with their ancient song, a lullaby of mystery and wonder. Though the temptation to unlock the secrets of that ethereal dance lingered, I chose to embrace the enigma, allowing the leaves to whisper their secrets to the night, preserving the delicate balance between curiosity and contentment. And in those quiet moments of reflection, I found solace in the timeless dance of the leaves, a reminder of the enduring mysteries that lie just beyond the threshold of understanding. Story 25. In the dimming forest, autumn rain whispered secrets as it fell on golden leaves. Walking along the path, my boots squished quietly on the damp earth, breathing in the sweet scent of decaying foliage. Light filtered through the canopy, painting everything in amber and gray hues. What started as a simple walk became a journey deeper into the woods, where ancient trees stood like silent guardians. The sound of flowing water beckoned, a hidden melody beneath the rustling leaves. Descending into the valley, the air turned cool, carrying a scent of wet stone and thyme. Mist rose from the river, its slow, deep current defying nature's logic. The river seemed to appear and vanish mysteriously, shrouded in secrets kept by the forest. Following the sound, I reached the riverbank, where moss-covered rocks led me to an intriguing sight. A clear, dark river flowed from a hidden source, enveloped in misty spirals that danced with purpose. The river's origin was a cave mouth, breathing gently like a sleeping giant. The air buzzed with ancient energy, a feeling of significance lingering in the surroundings. Kneeling by the water, I touched its ambiguous temperature, feeling both warmth and coldness simultaneously. A faint, distant music echoed from the cave, barely audible yet enchanting. As evening approached, mysterious lights appeared, shimmering in silver-blue hues, moving with intention around the cave entrance. Time lost its grip as the lights danced, creating intricate patterns that seemed to convey stories of their own. Drawn by the light's allure, I stepped closer to the river, where the water seemed solid beneath the dancing beams. The cave's breath caressed my face, carrying hints of minerals, age, and a sweeter, enticing aroma. The lights urged me forward, their movements resembling a language of their own, whispering tales of interconnected mysteries. Standing on the edge, I faced a choice between familiarity and the unknown, feeling a deep sense of recognition within me. With certainty, I knew that stepping onto the glowing stones would alter my reality. Yet instead of fear, a profound understanding filled me, as if I had always known of this place. Hovering over the first stepping stone, the lights paused, waiting for my decision. The cave's embrace enveloped me, and the river's song resonated within my being. Beyond the veil of water awaited a destiny long foretold. In that moment of twilight, suspended between worlds, I felt the transformative power of possibility. Whether I crossed into the unknown or returned to the familiar path, the awareness of this hidden realm had shifted something fundamental within me. The boundary between possible and impossible blurred as the world shimmered with unseen magic. The untold story beyond the cave's entrance whispered in the wind, a reminder of the mystical realm awaiting in the depths. On tranquil nights, when rain falls gently, I hear the echo of that otherworldly music, drawing me back to where reality melds with enchantment, where mysteries dance in the hidden recesses of the earth. Story 26. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the weathered stones enveloped the night in a soothing melody, a natural lullaby that whispered through the ancient walls of my grandmother's Victorian abode. Inheriting the property a mere fortnight ago, I found myself irresistibly drawn to its silent nooks and concealed corners, unveiling new enigmas within its time-worn architecture. Tonight, nestled in the library, bathed in the warm glow of a vintage brass lamp, my focus was repeatedly pulled to a peculiar sound emanating from beneath the floorboards. Unlike the usual creaks of aged wood or the sighs of wind through crevices, this sound possessed a unique quality. It resembled water flowing through ancient conduits, yet carried an almost musical cadence. Recollections of my grandmother's tales resurfaced. The house harbored secrets, but none as captivating as the ancient cistern nestled beneath its foundation. Constructed in an epoch when rainwater was cherished, the subterranean chamber had long been sealed off, or so I had been informed. However, as I listened to the melodic hum rising from below, a nagging curiosity crept in. Could a fragment of the cistern still linger, concealed in the shadows beneath? With each passing moment, the enigmatic sound grew more defined, not louder, but clearer. It evoked the ethereal resonance of wind chimes submerged underwater, muted yet crystalline, a paradox that defied logic yet persisted. Outside, the rain intensified, and in tandem, the mysterious melody seemed to ebb and flow, as if synchronized with the weather's cadence. I found myself traversing the ground floor's corridors, pursuing the sound like a thread through a labyrinth, my footsteps silent against the time-worn hardwood, accompanied by the hushed stillness of the house, as if the very structure was attuned to my quest. The brass lamp in hand cast flickering shadows, animating the floral wallpaper in my peripheral vision. Beneath a threadbare rug in the kitchen, once belonging to my great-grandmother, I uncovered a trapdoor previously unnoticed. The aged wood yielded smoothly to my touch, revealing stone steps descending into darkness. The air wafting from below was cool, tinged with the essence of mineral-rich water and ancient stone, reminiscent of forgotten wells and subterranean caves. Descending cautiously, each step deliberate, My lamp's amber glow was swallowed by the darkness. The chamber's walls, fashioned from fitted stone, whispered of a craftsmanship long abandoned. Water trickled, its patterns of sound almost purposeful. At the chamber's nadir, a circular expanse unfolded before me. The cistern, shrouded in obscurity beyond my lamp's reach, boasted a mirror-like surface, reflecting light in a play of illusions that obscured its depth. However, it was the symphony of sound that ensnared me. The chamber's impeccable acoustics transformed each droplet into a musical note. Rainwater, filtering through layers of earth and stone, birthed a concerto of delicate impacts. The water itself resonated with the chamber, harmonizing in a manner defying conventional fluid dynamics. Immersed in the auditory tapestry, I discerned more. Amidst the water's melody, faint whispers lingered, voices or echoes of memories, perhaps figments of my mind's endeavor to ascribe order to chaos. They conversed in languages on the brink of recognition, narrating tales that felt profound yet eluded comprehension. Lost in the subterranean sanctuary, time ebbed differently, measured by droplets and ripples rather than minutes and hours. The lamp's radiance waned, but the darkness assumed a life of its own, weaving intricate patterns and subtle movements. Upon ascending the stone steps, the night had deepened, the rain ceased, and the elusive melody dwindled to a faint murmur. Concealing the trapdoor beneath the rug, I harbored the certainty of my return. The cistern's melody had merged with the house's heartbeat, a clandestine symphony echoing eternally beneath our feet. Each night, as I lay in bed, I strained to capture that ethereal music. Sometimes it resonates crystal clear, while at other times it fades to a mere whisper, prompting doubts of its existence. Yet I've come to accept that some enigmas are not meant for deciphering. They are meant to be savored in the tranquil interludes between thoughts, in the hush between raindrops. The cistern persists in its perpetual serenade, performing for an audience of stone and shadows. Occasionally, in dreams more vivid than reality, I discern whispers within the aqueous melody, messages from antiquity borne on ripples of sound. Nevertheless, the essence of their communication, the ancient wisdom or forgotten chronicles they convey, eludes my grasp, akin to capturing the essence of rain. Story 27. The Rain's Whisper. The rain cascaded in gentle waves against the wooden shingles of the ancient inn, creating a rhythmic melody that seemed to carry whispers of long-forgotten tales. Standing before the weathered door, my coat heavy with the moisture of the storm, I watched as lamplight flickered behind fogged window panes. The sign above swayed softly in the evening breeze, bearing the faded yet legible name, The Wanderer's Inn. There was a magnetic pull to the place, beckoning me beyond mere shelter from the autumn tempest. Perhaps it was the ethereal glow of the warm light pulsing within, or the unnaturally deep shadows lurking in the building's corners. My fingers traced the intricate carvings on the doorframe, spirals that seemed to shift and dance beneath my touch. The door swung open effortlessly, as though eager to welcome me into its embrace. A blend of wood smoke and an elusive sweet scent, perhaps lavender or sage, wafted through the air. The common room sprawled before me, both spacious and intimate, dominated by a grand stone fireplace along one wall. Comfortable chairs and small tables dotted the room, mostly unoccupied, save for a few solitary travelers lost in contemplation. The innkeeper, with her silver hair reflecting the firelight, greeted me with a smile that held depths of untold stories and kept secrets. "Welcome, traveler." Her voice carried the warmth of mulled wine on a winter's night. "You've arrived just in time." I longed to inquire about her cryptic statement, but my words dissolved like mist at dawn. Instead, I found myself trailing her up a narrow staircase, the wooden steps whispering beneath our feet. The wallpaper in the hallway seemed to ripple with unseen patterns. Flowers resembling faces, vines hinting at forgotten scripts. My room awaited at the hallway's end, number 7, though I couldn't recall discussing the length of my stay or settling payment. The cool touch of the door handle accompanied by a distant, melodic tune I couldn't place. The room, both expected and surprising, housed a four-poster bed draped in deep burgundy curtains that stirred without a breeze. A writing desk faced the window, revealing expansive gardens that defied the inn's exterior size. The aged wooden floorboards spoke of myriad footsteps through the years, their rich patina hinting at tales untold. As I shed my damp coat and boots, I noticed subtle details shifting when my gaze shifted. The mirror occasionally reflected movements unseen, while shadows in the room's corners breathed with a gentle rhythm, mirroring the rainfall outside. That night, slumber enveloped me like a welcoming embrace, the blankets carrying fragrances of unknown herbs. Dreams wove a tapestry of murmured conversations in nearly understood languages, and fleeting glimpses of enigmatic travelers from bygone eras. Morning arrived like a soft tide rather than a sudden dawn, the light filtering through the window bearing an otherworldly quality. Descending to the common room, I found it simultaneously empty and brimming with unseen presence, as if echoes of conversations from all eras lingered in the air. The innkeeper reappeared with a steaming cup of tea that I hadn't requested but knew was precisely what I desired. "Did you rest well?" she inquired, her smile implying she already held the answer. The tea tasted of memories unmade and lands unexplored. Throughout the day, ethereal guests drifted in and out, each carrying an air of unreality. A man in a worn coat penned letters that glowed faintly in the afternoon light. A young woman with stardust in her hair perused a book whose pages seemed blank until averted gaze, and an elderly gentleman conversed softly with an unseen presence. Time flowed peculiarly within the inn's walls. Meals manifested without visible preparation. Daylight through windows defied conventional timekeeping, and garden views shifted between seasons, all evoking a haunting sense of familiarity. Come evening, I found myself drawn to a library that seemingly materialized overnight. Books lined the walls, their titles shifting in unreadable scripts. The room exuded scents of leather, time, and boundless possibilities. An open book on a stand captured my attention, recounting tales of travelers at pivotal crossroads, of inns existing amid temporal boundaries, and of guardians guiding wandering souls. That night, as rain continued its hypnotic cadence, a realization dawned about the Wanderer's Inn. Its walls didn't just provide shelter, but safeguarded moments from time itself. Every creak, every flicker, every whisper bore the weight of countless repetitions. Pondering departure the next morning, I found myself adrift in recollections of my original journey's purpose. The innkeeper's enigmatic assurance about timekeeping and sojourn lengths echoed in my mind, accompanied by tea shimmering with memories. Days blurred into weeks within the inn's timeless sanctuary. Conversations unfolded with spectral guests, books reshuffled their narratives, and gardens traversed all seasons concurrently. Notes on my desk, scribed in my hand, but conveying foreign musings, hinted at uncharted paths and unseen horizons. The ink gleamed with limitless potential, occasionally altering upon paper folding. The Wanderer's Inn transcended mere lodging. It embodied a moment elongated into haven, a pause in time's ceaseless flow where wanderers could find or lose themselves in just the right manner. The innkeeper transcended individuality, embodying a guardian of this ephemeral realm, a custodian of narratives and temporal interstices. One ambiguous morning, a pivotal juncture approached. My boots awaited at the door, my coat hung ready, both familiar and new. The innkeeper stood by the threshold, her presence unobserved during my descent. "Will I return?" I inquired, though my query held deeper implications. Her smile, laden with omniscience yet withholding, carried the assurance that those meant to rediscover the inn always did, albeit in altered forms. Stepping into the world, a blend of familiarity and strangeness enveloped me, memories cloaked in dreamlike hues. The sign creaked gently in the breeze, the inn's contours blurred as if viewed through a rain-stirred reflection. Nights of cascading rain or elusive scents now beckoned me to seek a weathered door adorned with spirals, windows aglow with unearthly luminescence. And amidst those moments, I sometimes fancied I heard the faint creak of a sign bearing the legend, "The Wanderer's Inn," a remembrance or a harbinger of destinies uncertain, forever shrouded in mystery. Story 28. The soft, rhythmic patter of rain against the window panes enveloped the old house in a tranquil embrace, creating a gentle percussion that resonated through the silent corridors. Inheriting the Victorian mansion from my grandmother only a fortnight ago, I found myself immersed in a world of hidden enigmas waiting to be unveiled within its weathered walls. The aged wooden floorboards whispered tales of yesteryears beneath my tread, their time-worn voices murmuring secrets of bygone eras. On that particular evening, with the melancholic autumn wind serenading through the gaps in the window frames, I felt an inexplicable pull towards the narrow staircase leading to the attic. The brass handle of the attic door greeted my touch with a coolness that belied its age, turning effortlessly as if beckoning me into its forgotten realm. The air was heavy with the scent of ancient books and faded memories, welcoming me as I ascended the creaking stairs. My flashlight carved gentle pathways through the dancing dust motes, casting shimmering specks of light that resembled distant stars in the twilight. Each step I took brought me closer to the treasures my grandmother had carefully preserved over her lifetime, each item holding a story waiting to be unfurled. The attic sprawled before me, like an ocean of shapes draped in white shrouds, resembling silent sentinels guarding their mysteries in eternal vigil. My footsteps were muffled by the thick blanket of dust that coated the wooden floor, while the rain outside continued its soothing melody on the slanted roof, cocooning me in a tranquil solitude. Amidst the veiled furniture and stacked boxes, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Nestled in the farthest corner, partially obscured by an old trunk, sat a Victorian rocking chair that stood out amidst the dust-laden surroundings. The velvet upholstery, though worn, retained a deep burgundy hue, and perched upon it was a porcelain doll of unfamiliar origin. The doll's dress, fashioned from faded blue silk, was adorned with intricate lace that had yellowed with age, framing its delicate features. Its countenance was exquisitely crafted, with rosy cheeks and painted details frozen in a moment of serene beauty. Yet it was the eyes, made of painted glass, that held a mesmerizing depth, seemingly shifting in the flickering beam of my flashlight. As I drew closer, the floorboards beneath me emitted a soft groan, their protest echoing in the stillness of the attic. The doll sat in poised elegance, hands neatly folded in its lap, as if awaiting a long-lost companion. A small key protruded from the doll's back, hinting at its hidden musical mechanism, though I hesitated to wind it in the hushed confines of the attic. The atmosphere around the rocking chair seemed to shift, cooler, denser, imbued with a subtle weight. My breath materialized in wispy clouds in the beam of light, contrasting with the lingering warmth that enveloped the rest of the attic. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the doll's porcelain cheek, expecting a cold smoothness, but instead encountering a faint warmth that pulsed ever so delicately. In that moment, a distant melody, as if from a far-off music box, wafted through the air with ethereal grace. The tune, barely audible, carried echoes of a lullaby my grandmother used to hum to me in my childhood. Lost in the memory, I witnessed the rocking chair move, a barely perceptible shift, a fleeting motion that quickened my heartbeat. The chair settled back into stillness, yet the air held a breathless anticipation. Following that initial encounter, I found myself drawn to the attic with increasing frequency. At times, I would sit for hours in a nearby chair, observing the doll in its silent repose. On nights of profound stillness, when the house surrendered to its deepest quiet, I could discern the familiar lullaby lingering at the edges of my awareness. One twilight, as the sun dipped below the horizon and cast the attic in hues of amber and shadow, I stumbled upon a small diary tucked behind the rocking chair. Its pages bore my grandmother's elegant script, but what captivated me was a photograph used as a bookmark. The image depicted my grandmother as a young girl, seated in the very rocking chair, cradling what seemed to be the same doll. Yet, a peculiar detail caught my eye. The doll's posture differed slightly, its head tilted at a new angle, its hands arranged in a different pose. Within the diary, my grandmother chronicled the gift she had received on her 8th birthday, a musical doll that played the sweetest lullabies she had ever known. She recounted how the doll had been a solace during stormy nights, and how on lonely occasions she could swear she heard it sing without being wound. The final entry concerning the doll was penned a mere few days before my grandmother's passing. She wrote of feeling the doll's presence comforting her in her final hours, of how the old lullaby wove through her dreams. The diary's narrative trailed off abruptly, as if interrupted mid-sentence. Now, as I linger in my grandmother's abode during tranquil evenings, my thoughts often drift back to the attic. The doll remains ensconced in its chair, its serene expression unaltered, yet subtly transformed with each viewing. Sometimes, on the brink of slumber, I catch the familiar lullaby descending from above, a gentle echo of my grandmother's affection, encapsulated in porcelain and silk, overseeing the house and its memories. The enigma of the doll persists, and perhaps it is best left unsolved. Some mysteries are more enchanting when left to flutter as wistful ponderings, suspended between reality and reverie. In those moments of utmost serenity, when the rain taps softly against the windows and the wind whispers through the corridors, a sense of solace envelops me, knowing that somewhere above, in the dusty attic, a porcelain doll maintains its timeless vigil, safeguarding secrets and reminiscences in its tender, warm embrace. During particularly tranquil nights, I've grown attuned to the subtle shift in the air heralding the melody, a gentle alteration in pressure, a faint warmth pervading the atmosphere, as though the house itself inhales before the lullaby commences. In those suspended instants between wakefulness and dreams, I comprehend why my grandmother chose to keep the doll's true essence shrouded in secrecy. Some enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than dissected, felt rather than unraveled. Thus, the doll remains nestled in its attic alcove, neither wholly of this world nor wholly detached from it, a gentle custodian of familial memories and untold tales. Its presence has evolved into a comforting presence rather than a source of disquiet, a familiar enigma that infuses the aged house with a sense of tranquil marvel. As I drift into slumber each night, I fancy I can perceive its benevolent watch extending throughout the dwelling, weaving dreams and recollections together in an eternal lullaby that resonates softly in the interludes between heartbeats. Story 29. The gentle flicker of candlelight played upon the weathered wooden floors of the vintage emporium, casting hypnotic shadows that swayed in a rhythmic dance. Outside, the rain tapped against the Victorian windows, composing a tranquil melody that enveloped the serene evening air. Seeking refuge from the autumn storm, I found myself drawn into this enigmatic establishment, captivated by its cozy ambiance and the alluring aroma of aged books and polished wood. Amidst the meticulously curated array of oddities, my gaze was magnetically pulled towards a portrait hanging in a dimly lit alcove. The painting showcased a young woman in a deep blue gown, exquisitely depicted with a skillful hand. Her skin possessed a porcelain-like luminescence, capturing and reflecting the soft glow of the candles, while her dark tresses seamlessly melded into the shadowy backdrop. Yet it was her eyes that held me spellbound, deep pools of amber that seemed to possess a mysterious depth, as though imbued with a forgotten artistry that bestowed upon them a liquid-like quality. The shopkeeper, a silver-haired gentleman with wire-rimmed spectacles, noticed my intrigue. His voice, like a lullaby whispered in the night, spoke of the portrait's intriguing past. "That painting holds a tale of its own," he murmured, adjusting his sleeve with care. "Crafted by an artist who vanished shortly after its completion. Legend has it he delved into the creation of a unique pigment blend to capture the lifelike essence within those mesmerizing eyes." Returning to the shop day after day, I found myself drawn inexplicably to the portrait, each visit unveiling new intricacies. The graceful folds of her gown, the intricate detailing of her clasped fingers, and the elusive smile that seemed to shift with every angle. The shopkeeper would share morsels of the painting's history, each anecdote more captivating than the last. One quiet evening, as rain cascaded down the windows in rivulets, a peculiar observation caught my eye. The woman's gaze appeared to track my movements through the room, not in a conventional manner where portraits seem to observe, but with a subtle undulation in the depths of her amber eyes, akin to ripples on a tranquil pond. The candlelight caught these minute motions, creating fleeting glimmers that dissipated when I tried to focus directly on them. Standing beside me with a voice as soft as a breeze, the shopkeeper shared, "They say the artist yearned to encapsulate true life within his art. He delved into ancient techniques, experimented with rare mediums. Some believe he stumbled upon something extraordinary, or perhaps unearthed something best left undiscovered." As weeks drifted by, subtle alterations in the portrait became apparent. At times, her countenance appeared softer, more contemplative. Other moments revealed a tinge of sorrow in the curve of her lips. The changes were so delicate that I questioned their reality, pondering if they were figments of my imagination, heightened by the shopkeeper's tales and the dreamlike aura of the candlelit store. One dusk, arriving to find the shop shrouded in an unusual darkness, the unlit candles cast shadows, and only the faint light of twilight filtered through rain-streaked panes. The shopkeeper was absent. In that momentary illumination of lightning, the room revealed a startling sight. The woman's eyes blinked. A sense of wonder, rather than fear, quickened my heart as I drew closer to the painting. The eyes had transformed distinctly, radiating a warmth and awareness seemingly impossible for pigments on canvas. In the dimness, I could almost swear I witnessed her breath causing a gentle rise and fall of her chest. From behind me, the shopkeeper's voice, soft as snowfall, remarked, "She unveils herself solely to those who truly grasp her beauty." The artist didn't merely capture her likeness, he managed to seize something beyond, something that straddles the realms of art and reality. Though I never acquired the portrait, I frequented it, often seated for hours in an antiquated armchair by the alcove, engrossed in reading while the woman in the painting observed with her living eyes. Tea would be brought by the shopkeeper, and we would share moments of tranquil silence, interrupted solely by the rustle of pages and the patter of rain. Years have drifted since then, and I've often questioned the reality of it all. The subtle shifts in her expression, the fluidity in her eyes, the sensation of being in the presence of something both exquisite and inconceivable. Yet, on hushed nights when rain taps against my window, recollections of the candlelit shop and the enigmatic portrait that appeared to breathe resurface. In those liminal spaces between wakefulness and slumber, I can still perceive her gentle gaze trailing me through the darkness. Rumor maintains the painting lingers in that shop, awaiting visitors attuned to the nuances within those amber eyes. Some profess witnessing her smile evolve or catching a glimpse of motion within the canvas. Perhaps the true enchantment lies not in whether the portrait harbors life, but in those tranquil instants when we permit ourselves to believe in the fantastical, suspended in that ethereal realm where art and reality meld like watercolors in the rain. Story 30. The soft patter of rain against my window had been a steady companion, blending with the distant allure that led me to this secluded cabin. The enigmatic singing waterfall. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a plush woolen blanket, I immersed myself in the harmonious tune that wove through the misty night air. Locals had spoken in hushed tones about the waterfall's captivating melody, their tales brimming with awe rather than trepidation. They whispered of how the song shifted with the moon's phases, how it seemed to impart ancient secrets to those who listened intently. Initially dismissing their stories as mere folklore to attract wanderers like myself, after 3 nights within the cabin's embrace, I found myself beginning to understand their reverence. The rain continued its gentle cadence against the wooden walls of my temporary sanctuary, a soothing backdrop to my nocturnal reflections. A fire crackled merrily in the stone hearth, casting flickering shadows that danced upon the rough-hewn floors. The fragrance of pine and damp earth wafted through the slightly ajar window, carrying the crisp vitality of the surrounding forest. Tonight, a subtle shift tinged the waterfall's melody with an almost lyrical quality, as though it sought to convey a specific message. Leaning forward in my chair, I strained to decipher the aqueous whispers that floated on the evening breeze. The nearly full moon intermittently peeked through breaks in the rain-laden clouds, casting silver tendrils of light that waltzed across the room. In those fleeting moments of illumination, I observed how the shadows seemed to undulate and sway in a manner incongruous with the fire's dance. They pulsated in time with the waterfall's song, forming patterns that eluded my comprehension. Beside me, my weathered journal lay open on the small table, its pages a testament to my attempts to capture the waterfall's melody. Each night, the notes I transcribed subtly shifted, as if the song itself were evolving or revealing different facets. Tonight's page remained blank, for I was too entranced by the current iteration to set pen to paper. Gradually, the room's temperature began to descend, a gentle chill seeping in despite the crackling fire. Yet the cold bore no threat or discomfort. Rather, it bore the invigorating freshness of a spring dawn, cleansing and brisk. The mist beyond the windows thickened, pressing against the glass like inquisitive tendrils seeking entry. Within its swirling embrace, shapes seemed to materialize, visages, or perhaps remnants of ancient symbols. As the midnight hour neared, heralded by the soft chime of my grandfather's antique timepiece, the waterfall's song attained a newfound clarity. The melody wove itself into quasi-words just beyond my grasp, akin to a language remembered in dreams but forgotten upon waking. The mist outside shimmered with a subtle luminescence, casting a pearly glow through the windows. In a trance-like state, I rose from my chair, the blanket slipping soundlessly to the floor, drawn by an irresistible urge to better discern the waterfall's song. The wooden floor hummed beneath my feet, resonating in harmony with the falling water's rhythm. Through the misted glass, the path leading to the waterfall unfurled before me. Normally shrouded in darkness at this late hour, it now glimmered with a faint, ethereal light. Small silvery lights, akin to fireflies but more celestial, pirouetted along its length, synchronized with the melody's cadence. The rain had dwindled to a gentle drizzle, each droplet capturing and refracting the enigmatic light like miniature prisms. The very atmosphere seemed to hum with the song, every suspended particle resonating with the waterfall's melody. The allure was captivating, yet devoid of menace. Instead, it infused me with an ineffable sense of tranquility and connection to something ancient and sagacious. Without conscious volition, I fetched my coat and boots, the wooden floor beneath me continuing its gentle thrum as I gathered essentials for a midnight excursion. Rational thoughts cautioned against venturing to a waterfall in the dead of night, yet the compulsion felt more akin to a cordial invitation than an irresistible compulsion. Stepping onto the modest porch, I was enveloped entirely by the song. The mist caressed my skin like silk, swirling around my feet as the luminescent path beckoned, threading into the forest like a ribbon of stardust. Each footfall felt instinctual, as if retracing a path known all my life but forgotten until now. The nocturnal forest, typically shrouded in darkness and mystery, now resembled an enchanted grove. Trees seemed to bow slightly away from the path, their boughs swaying in perfect accord with the waterfall's serenade. Droplets of water cascaded from their leaves like musical notes, adding their gentle percussive tones to the symphony enveloping me. Approaching the waterfall, the melody deepened, resonating within my very being, a soothing vibration rather than a discordant disturbance. The mist thickened, revealing within its undulating folds scenes that seemed to play out, memories not my own, glimpses of realms uncharted. Slowly, the waterfall unveiled itself through the radiant mist, its waters descending in a languid, hypnotic cascade. Each droplet captured and held the mystical light like suspended jewels. The pool at its base did not mirror the night sky, but rather a celestial expanse, adorned with unfamiliar stars arranged in fantastical patterns. Standing at the water's edge, I watched the liquid ballet, the song reaching its zenith of clarity. Though the words remained just beyond comprehension, their essence resonated deep within my core. They spoke of time and memory, of cycles and seasons, of losses and rediscoveries. A gentle zephyr stirred the mist, and for a fleeting instant, I perceived figures dancing within the falling water. Not ethereal phantoms, but something more elemental, akin to the corporeal embodiment of music itself. Their movements possessed an otherworldly grace, shifting seamlessly between water, light, and shadow. In that timeless moment, as I beheld the dance of water and light, the moon completed its celestial journey, unnoticed in my absorption. The rain had ceased entirely, yet the air remained pregnant with mist and enigma. As dawn's tentative glow began to paint the eastern horizon, the waterfall's melody gradually shifted, softening into a lullaby bidding adieu. The luminescent mist began to wane, the enigmatic lights along the path dimming one by one. Guided by the last vestiges of light and the lingering echoes of the song, I retraced my steps to the cabin. There, my journal lay open to the blank page, awaiting my pen's touch. Instead of musical notations, I found myself transcribing all that I had witnessed, every sensation, every emotion, every enigmatic glimpse and half-glimpsed whisper. As I penned the final words, the sun's first rays breached the window. The fire had dwindled to embers, the room returning to its normal state. Everything appeared unchanged, yet fundamentally transformed by my midnight sojourn. Nightly, I still hear the waterfall's song, though it never again attains the crystalline clarity of that fateful eve. Occasionally, beneath the full moon and the gentle rain, I catch fleeting glimpses of that mysterious luminescence, shadows of those ethereal figures dancing within the cascade. The mist still weaves patterns that nearly coalesce, and the path sometimes glimmers faintly in the night's embrace. The true nature of that transcendent night remains as elusive as the meaning of the waterfall's song. Perhaps certain mysteries are not meant for understanding, but rather for experiencing and cherishing in their ineffable beauty. And so I linger here, listening to the water's melodic whisper each night, penning in my journal, pondering the myriad secrets that may lie hidden within the melody of falling waters and the dance of light through mist. Story 31. The soft patter of raindrops on leaves played a lulling tune as I strolled along the forest trail, my footfalls hushed by the dense layer of pine needles beneath. The fading light of late afternoon filtered through the canopy, casting a dreamlike, magical aura over everything it touched. The air was perfumed with the earthy scent of wet soil and moss, intermingling with the sweet aroma of wild mushrooms scattered across the forest floor. These solitary walks had always been my sanctuary, but today brought a sense of something new, something unknown. The familiar path seemed to twist in unfamiliar ways, and the ancient trees, towering sentinels of time, leaned in closer, whispering secrets in the gentle breeze that eluded me at ground level. Venturing deeper into the woods, a delicate mist began to rise, curling around the tree trunks like ghostly tendrils, while a subtle chill crept into the air, causing a tingle on my skin. The rain's rhythm shifted, now beckoning me forward with a subtle, persistent melody. Through the mist, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Weathered stone walls covered in lush emerald moss emerged from the forest, forming an intricate entrance to a labyrinth unknown to me in all my years of wandering these woods. The stones exuded a strange warmth, and as I touched them, a faint vibration hummed through my fingertips, as if the stones were singing an ancient lullaby. The moss felt velvety soft, emitting a subtle glow that intensified as daylight waned. Without conscious thought, I found myself following the labyrinthine walls as they curved and intertwined, revealing ever-changing patterns of stone, moss, and lichen in shades of green, silver, and midnight blue. Enigmatic flowers bloomed in the nooks, their petals translucent and shimmering like moonlit dewdrops. As I delved deeper into the maze, the outside world faded away, and the rain fell in a cadence that seemed to mirror my own heartbeat. The mist swirled around my feet, mirroring the intricate designs on the walls, while distant wind chimes serenaded the unseen. Time lost its hold on me. Was I walking for minutes or hours? The soft, constant glow enveloped me, and the walls began to tell stories. Ancient trees dancing, ethereal beings gathered in silent communion. Turning another corner, I entered a circular clearing within the labyrinth. At its center, a still pool reflected the rain's gentle touch, its surface rippling as if alive. Stone benches encircled the pool, carved with shifting patterns akin to those on the walls. Seating myself on one bench, the warmth of the stones seeped through my clothing, and the raindrops on the pool's surface danced in mesmerizing patterns of light. Shadows moved beneath the water's surface, hinting at fleeting visions, memories, dreams, or something beyond comprehension. The chiming melody drew nearer, blending with the rain and whispers of the trees in a symphony that resonated deep within my being. The mist wove its dance, forming ephemeral figures before dissipating into the air. Watching the pool, visions emerged. A library where books turned themselves, a garden where flowers bloomed and withered in an instant, a staircase spiraling into infinite darkness. Were these visions real, reflections, or figments of imagination fueled by the mystical ambiance of this hidden realm? Sitting there, I felt myself merging with the labyrinth's melody, boundaries dissolving as raindrops became notes in an ancient song, and the stone patterns flowed through my thoughts like a gentle stream. Eventually, I noticed the path I had entered through had transformed into 3 passages, each identical, each leading into the mist-shrouded unknown. The walls pulsed with an inner light, casting shifting shadows that danced like living entities. Though dusk approached, I felt no urgency to depart. Which path to choose? Did it truly matter? Instinct guided me as I selected a passage at random. The chimes swelled, then receded, replaced by distant, wordless singing emanating from the stones themselves. The mist parted, revealing the path ahead step by step. Fear gave way to a profound tranquility, as if I had unearthed something ancient and wondrous waiting to be uncovered. The rain persisted in its gentle descent, the mist continued its ethereal ballet, and stars twinkled above, whether real or illusions of the labyrinth, I could not discern. I never returned to the familiar forest path that day. Instead, I emerged from the labyrinth into my own garden, the stone walls transforming into blossoming hedges, the mystical patterns fading into ordinary shadows. The rain ceased, but droplets adorned every leaf, capturing the fading light like tiny prisms. Occasionally, I glimpse those shifting patterns in the corner of my eye, or hear distant chimes on the edge of slumber. The labyrinth song lingers in my dreams, beckoning me back to its enigmatic paths. On rainy days, when mist rises and light softens, I search for stone walls among the trees, wondering if the labyrinth still awaits, ready to reveal its unique magic to another seeker. Perhaps it exists only in that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, where reality bends and twists. Or perhaps it dwells everywhere, concealed in plain sight, unveiling itself solely to those prepared to perceive it. Its essence remains with me, a gentle nudge that the world holds mysteries beyond explanation, meant to be experienced. The rain falls, the mist rises, and in a forest of maybe truths, an ancient stone labyrinth dances with time and memory, patiently awaiting the next wanderer to stumble upon its winding paths. Story 32. The gentle sound of rain kissing my window pane enveloped the room in a soothing rhythm as I nestled into my grandmother's cherished rocking chair. I observed the droplets meander down the glass, tracing intricate paths with a hypnotic grace. Resting upon my lap was a weathered leather journal, brimming with enigmatic tales, a discovery unearthed in the depths of her attic after her earthly departure. Within its pages lay her account of a peculiar autumn from her youth, penned in her signature flowing script. The rain outside seemed to harmonize with her narrative, creating a melodic backdrop as I delved into her story, allowing it to cascade over me like a forgotten melody. Dearest journal, the morning mist lingered close to the earth like a soft embrace when I first set foot in the village. The air bore the crispness of autumn's embrace, carrying whispers of fallen leaves and wisps of wood smoke. Yet a subtle anomaly lingered in the air, a peculiarity that took me some time to discern as I strolled along the cobblestone path, the echo of my boots whispering against the time-worn stones. There were no shadows. The sun, low in the sky, bathed the quaint structures in its golden glow, painting the buildings with steeped roofs and aged wooden signs. However, where shadows should have stretched, there was naught but emptiness, a void where darkness should have danced. The villagers appeared unperturbed by this oddity. They moved through their morning rituals with a practiced elegance, the baker arranging his loaves, children trotting to school with books clutched tightly, an elder sweeping his doorstep. Their motions flowed seamlessly, almost ethereal, as if they hovered just above the ground. I had come to sojourn with my aunt for the winter, a familial friend who insisted on the title Aunt Margaret. Her abode stood at the village's edge, a Victorian marvel adorned with ornate trimmings and windows that seemed to observe the street with knowing gazes. The interior exuded the aroma of cinnamon and aged tomes, furnished with dark wood that gleamed softly in the lamplight. But even within this warm sanctuary, amidst the glow of oil lamps, shadows were conspicuously absent. The furnishings appeared weightless, detached from reality. You've noticed, haven't you? Aunt Margaret's voice, like a gentle breeze, accompanied the placement of a teacup before me. The delicate clink of porcelain resonated softly against its saucer. About the shadows? I nodded, entranced by the ethereal tendrils of steam spiraling from my cup. What befell them? She settled into her chair, smoothing her skirts with practiced elegance. They departed 3 generations past. Some claim a wandering merchant absconded with them, a collector of curiosities. Others profess they wearied of mimicking our movements and sought out more captivating souls to follow. The truth, I suspect, lies betwixt, as truths often do. As days drifted by, I unearthed further peculiarities within the village. Birds crooned melodies unknown to my ears, harmonies that seemed to reverberate from distant realms. Blossoms in gardens flourished despite autumn's chill, their petals aglow with an inner radiance untouched by the sun. Night unveiled stars that appeared within arm's reach, their luminance casting no shadows. The moon, round and resplendent, remained unchanging, a constant presence in the nocturnal firmament. Time itself ebbed differently in this realm, flowing akin to honey, languid, sweet, and golden. The villagers had acclimated to their shadowless existence with remarkable ease. They harnessed the absence of shadows creatively, crafting wondrous works of art that toyed with light in implausible ways. The local glassblower birthed pieces that harnessed and reflected light without casting darkness. The seamstress wove fabrics that shimmered from within. Yet it was the children who truly thrived in this shadowless domain. Unacquainted with any other reality, their games mirrored this truth. They engaged in light catching, substituting shadow tag with beams of sunlight bouncing off mirrors. Their drawings portrayed a weightless world, free from the tether of darkness. One eve, as I aided Aunt Margaret in her garden, I inquired if any had endeavored to reclaim the shadows. "Indeed," she responded, gently tending a rose bush adorned with sunset-hued blooms. Upon their initial departure, the village elders pursued every conceivable avenue. They sought counsel from sages and scholars, mystics and intellectuals. Ultimately, we grasped a vital truth. The shadows had not been stolen from us. They had chosen to depart. She straightened, dusting soil from her hands. "Perhaps, my dear, it is for the best. Shadows are not mere darkness. They are memories of light, remnants where light once dwelled, but lingers no more. Perchance we needed to revere our memories in a different light." With winter's imminent arrival, the air grew colder, yet the village retained its warmth and radiance. The initial snowflakes drifted soundlessly, each fragment capturing and reflecting light akin to miniature mirrors, creating a dazzling spectacle that illuminated the night sky. In the absence of shadows, the snow-blanketed landscape resembled a vision from a reverie, pristine and untouched. I comprehended why Aunt Margaret chose to abide in this sanctuary. A tranquility pervaded this haven, transcending the mere absence of shadows. It felt as though the village existed within a pocket of the world where conventional laws softened, gentle at the edges. The baker persisted in his morning ritual, though the loaves emitted a subtle luminescence upon exiting the oven. The school children pursued their studies, their books at times murmuring ancient tales within deserted chambers. The elderly gentleman continued his sweeping, his broom collecting stray stardust alongside the dust. On my final eve in the village, Aunt Margaret and I lingered on her porch, savoring tea with a hint of moonlight. The air was crisp and clear, the stars weaving a celestial tapestry above. "Will you memorialize us?" she inquired, her voice a mere whisper. "Indeed," I affirmed, "though I fear few will heed my words." She beamed, the warmth in her eyes crinkling with fondness. "That is of no consequence. Some narratives are not meant to be believed. They are meant to be sensed, akin to the recollection of light on an overcast day." Concluding this journal entry, the warmth of that shadowless haven lingers within my heart. Occasionally, on hushed nights beneath the full moon, I sense my own shadow waning, as if reminiscing a time when it too contemplated departure. The journal entry ceased there. Beyond my window, the rain persisted its tender serenade, and a peculiar sight met my gaze in the glass. Fleetingly, my reflection quivered, as though my shadow pondered its fate. I closed the journal with deliberation, allowing my grandmother's words to envelop me like autumn leaves descending, pondering if, somewhere in a realm without shadows, her tale lingered still, whispered in beams of light. Story 33. In the tranquil garden of my grandmother's old house, the rain whispered a soothing lullaby against the weathered stones of the ancient well. Illuminated by the warm glow of my lantern, the brick structure exuded a mysterious charm, its depths shrouded in shadow. Since inheriting the property a week ago after my grandmother's peaceful passing, the atmosphere had shifted, imbued with a presence that felt both familiar and enigmatic. As the rain painted delicate patterns on the well's worn surface, a peculiar allure beckoned me closer. The droplets seemed to reverberate as they cascaded into the depths, while a mystical silver light peeked through the wooden slats covering the well. The fragrance of wet earth mingled with the heady scent of climbing roses, intensified by the summer shower, leading me to the edge of the well. The sweet aroma of roses gave way to an ancient earthiness as I tentatively reached out to touch the rough wooden cover. Each groove and imperfection spoke of years gone by, of stories whispered by the stones and waters below. With a gentle push, the cover yielded, revealing the well's yawning mouth under the night sky. Holding my lantern over the opening, I watched in awe as the water droplets clinging to the walls shimmered like celestial bodies, emitting a soft inner light. Amidst this ethereal display, a faint melody, barely audible, drifted up from the darkness below. Neither male nor female, young nor old, the voice carried a timeless quality, weaving tales of ancient secrets and memories entwined in the cool embrace of the underground. Drawn by the enchanting song, I found myself seated by the well, enveloped in its hypnotic cadence. The rain continued its gentle percussion, creating a harmonious backdrop for the mysterious melody that echoed through the garden. Time seemed to lose its grip, flowing like honey as I listened intently, trying to decipher the shifting words within the song. Though unfamiliar, the language of the voice resonated with a familiarity that transcended mere understanding, evoking memories of my grandmother's lullabies tinged with a surreal essence. As the rain subsided into a gentle mist, the well's song grew clearer, painting a picture of hidden wonders thriving in darkness, of subterranean rivers and crystalline formations blooming in unseen caverns. Shadows danced within the well, fleeting shapes that mirrored the fluidity of the melodic whispers, captivating me with their ephemeral grace. Lost in the symbiotic dance of rain, wind, and song, memories of my grandmother surfaced, her connection to this place palpable in the air. Had she too been serenaded by these ancient voices on rainy nights, finding solace in their enigmatic embrace? The thought bridged our experiences across time, fostering a newfound understanding of the garden's mystical allure. As the night deepened, the voice gradually faded, its departure akin to a gentle caress, leaving behind an echo that lingered like a sweet fragrance in the air. Embracing the tranquility that enveloped me, I remained by the well, watching as the mist wove halos around my lantern's glow, illuminating the damp stones and glistening rose petals. While the well's song dissolved into the night, its essence persisted in my mind, a melody on the cusp of remembrance. With a sense of calm and connection to my newfound home, I chose not to replace the well's cover, allowing its ancient secrets to breathe freely under the starlit sky. Retreating indoors, the gentle patter of rain accompanied me, carrying whispers of that mystical melody into the night. As I settled into sleep, I embraced the profound realization that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than explained, like the unseen music of the night, the murmurs from deep wells, and the memories that surface in the quiet hours. In the realm of dreams, I wandered through realms of underground rivers and crystal gardens, where roses bloomed in obsidian shadows, serenaded by songs without beginning or end. With the first light of dawn, I awoke to find the well standing silent in the garden, a silent sentinel of ancient voices that still sing their timeless ballads on nights when the rain falls just right and the roses perfume the air. Story 34. The soft patter of rain against the aged wooden shingles filled the night air as I settled into my newly acquired home, an old Victorian manor cloaked in mystery. The previous owners, veiled in shadows, had left behind a legacy of secrets that seemed to permeate the very walls of the house. The realtor's vague whispers about its history, coupled with the enticingly low price, had drawn me in, like a moth to a flickering flame. Through the tall windows, I watched as autumn leaves pirouetted in the overgrown garden, their rustling harmonizing with the gentle drumming of raindrops. The warm glow of my reading lamp painted elongated shadows on the antique wallpaper, creating intricate patterns that seemed to shift and morph in the periphery of my vision. The house came adorned with furniture from bygone eras, each piece whispering tales of lives long forgotten. Ornate wooden pieces stood as relics of a time lost to memory, each telling a different story with its intricate carvings and time-worn surfaces. As I sank into the plush velvet armchair beside the crackling fireplace, a peculiar sensation enveloped me. The house felt simultaneously familiar and alien, like a dream that lingers on the edge of reality, the details elusive and ever-changing. The fireplace bathed the room in a warm, flickering glow, its light bouncing off the crystal chandelier suspended from above, casting kaleidoscopic patterns that danced along the walls. The grandfather clock in the hallway told the hour, its deep tones resonating through the empty corridors, though its chimes seemed to reach me through a veil, muffled and distant. A soft breeze whispered through the room, though all windows remained tightly shut against the chill of autumn. The flames in the fireplace flickered, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to take on ethereal forms just beyond recognition. The scent of ancient books and aged wood mingled in the air, underscored by a sweeter fragrance, like dried flowers pressed between the pages of time. Drawn by an unseen force, I ventured to explore the labyrinthine depths of the house. Each room unveiled a new mystery, a new facet of the manor's enigmatic nature. The library beckoned with its towering shelves of esoteric tomes, their spines adorned with symbols that defied translation, exuding a warmth as if imbued with forgotten knowledge. The kitchen, frozen in a bygone era, juxtaposed modern appliances with 19th century cookware, a clash of timelines frozen in time. The marble countertops bore faded stains that shifted hues under the play of light, forming patterns reminiscent of constellations in a celestial map. Ascending the curved staircase to the upper floor, each step produced a melodic note, weaving a haunting melody that seemed to echo through the house. The wooden banister, worn smooth by the touch of countless hands, guided me to a hallway that stretched beyond the constraints of the manor's physical dimensions. Doors lined the hallway, their positions in constant flux, while paintings of surreal landscapes adorned the walls, depicting scenes that defied logic and reason. Mountains arched toward alien skies, forests defied gravity, and oceans flowed in defiance of nature's laws. In the master bedroom, moonlight filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the polished hardwood floor. The massive four-poster bed loomed in the center, its heavy curtains swaying without a breath of wind. The mirror above the vanity occasionally lagged behind my movements, offering glimpses into a parallel reality. Opening the closet door revealed a hidden depth, a space that seemed to transcend the physical confines of the house. Empty hangers swayed gently, their metallic whispers forming a haunting melody. At the back of the closet stood another door, beckoning with a promise of untold mysteries, its dark wood and gleaming brass handle a silent invitation. Night after night, the basement door remained locked, its mystery shrouded in darkness, a puzzle waiting to be unraveled. Faint strains of music would sometimes rise from below, ethereal notes that tugged at memories just beyond reach, melodies that hinted at forgotten histories. Time itself warped within the house's embrace, stretching and compressing in ways that defied logic. Days melted into nights, weeks into moments, as the grandfather clock's chimes marked a rhythm that danced to its own tune, never quite reaching the stroke of midnight. The house seemed attuned to my emotions, expanding to accommodate my sorrows and contracting to envelop my joys. The temperature shifted subtly, always maintaining a perfect balance of comfort, a silent guardian of solace and serenity. Visitors came and went, their presence fleeting and ephemeral. Words would falter, thoughts would drift, as if the house itself wove a veil of forgetfulness around its guests, shielding its secrets from prying eyes and curious minds. My dreams became vivid tapestries, woven with threads of the house's many histories. I glimpsed it in its youth, its age, its myriad incarnations across time and space. Each morning I awoke questioning the boundaries between reality and reverie, unsure if the house had shared its memories with me or if I had merely dreamed them into existence. One quiet evening, as I delved into the mysteries of the library, a reflection caught my eye. A mirror image of the room, subtly altered, a glimpse into a parallel universe within the house's own confines. I realized then that the manor existed not in one time, but in many, layers of existence overlapping and intertwining like pages of a well-thumbed book. Now, as I pen these words by candlelight, though the electric lamps stand ready, the house prefers the softer glow of flames. I feel the weight of untold stories pressing against my consciousness. The rain continues its gentle symphony on the roof. The grandfather clock's chimes weave a tapestry of time, and the empty rooms echo with whispers of bygone conversations. I have ceased my quest for answers, content to bask in the house's enigmatic aura, to dance to the rhythm of its unseen melodies. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, their beauty lying in the silence between words, in the shadows that flicker at the edges of perception. The house holds its secrets close, revealing them in fleeting glimpses, in dreams woven of starlight and shadow, in moments when the world holds its breath and the past brushes against the present. Perhaps one day I will become another layer in the house's tapestry of time, a thread woven into the fabric of its existence. But for now, I dwell in this place of impossible moments, of unspoken truths, of pasts that never were and futures that may yet come to pass. The grandfather clock chimes once more, an hour that defies the constraints of time, and somewhere within the house, a door creaks open to a room that did not exist yesterday. I smile, knowing that it will vanish as quickly as it appeared, a fleeting mirage in the ever-shifting landscape of the manor. This is home now, in all its unfathomable glory, in all its whispered secrets, in all its hidden depths. And I, a mere visitor in its halls, embrace the mysteries that dwell within, the stories that echo through its timeless corridors, the dreams that linger in the spaces between reality and illusion. Story 35. The gentle patter of raindrops on the window panes serenaded the old Victorian mansion that had recently become mine. Within its walls, memories of bygone days lingered, woven into the creaking floorboards and faded wallpaper. But in the solitude of the house, a new sense of unfamiliarity crept in, casting a subtle veil of mystery over the familiar surroundings. As I wandered through the corridors, my bare feet whispering against the aged hardwood floors, the ambience of the rain enveloped me in a comforting embrace. With a cup of chamomile tea in hand, I ascended the staircase, guided by the soft glow of an antique brass lamp casting dancing shadows around me. The house seemed alive, its wooden frame expanding and contracting with the rhythm of the weather outside. Each step I took echoed through the hallways, accompanied by the soft murmurs of the stairs as if engaged in a quiet conversation with an old friend. Upon reaching the second floor, a peculiar fragrance drifted towards me, a blend of old books, dried lavender, and an elusive undertone that stirred memories of impending summer storms, heavy with anticipation. Intrigued, I followed the scent to the guest bedroom at the end of the hall, a room seldom visited even in my childhood days. The door stood slightly ajar, revealing a silvery light that differed from the warm radiance of my lamp. Pushing the door open, it released a melodious sigh, as if welcoming me into its hidden realm. The room appeared much as I remembered it. The same floral wallpaper, the same rich burgundy curtains, the same ornate mirror above the dresser. Yet, an ethereal shift was undeniable. My gaze lifted to the ceiling, expecting a plain white expanse, only to be met with a mesmerizing sight. The ceiling seemed to stretch infinitely upward, its familiar texture gradually dissolving into layers of translucent mist, swirling in hypnotic patterns. The silvery light emanating from this enigmatic space cast delicate shadows that moved with a fluid grace, like underwater flora swaying in a gentle current. Seated in an old wingback chair by the window, my tea forgotten, I lost myself in the captivating display above. Stars twinkled amidst the mist. Shapes formed and dissolved in a silent ballet. Birds in flight, leaves carried by unseen winds. Outside, the rain continued its soothing symphony, but within the room, it took on new dimensions. Each droplet created ripples that traveled upwards, disrupting the mist in intricate designs. The fragrance of lavender intertwined with hints of midnight dew and moonflowers, weaving a tapestry of scents that transcended the mundane. Time seemed to ebb and flow as I sat there, watching the ever-changing ceiling. Occasionally, distant wind chimes echoed in the air, their ethereal notes weaving into the room's tranquil aura. It was as if the house itself held secrets, whispering tales of forgotten dreams and lost memories. As night deepened, the mist above began to form intricate symbols, a language beyond comprehension yet filled with meaning just out of reach. The room exuded a gentle presence, not imposing but quietly aware, like an ancient library or a timeless garden. I must have drifted into slumber, lulled by the rain and the mystical ceiling. When I awoke, sunlight bathed the room in a warm glow, dispelling the enchantment of the night. The ceiling had returned to its ordinary state, the misty expanse now a mere memory. But on the dresser, a single dried lavender sprig lay, its fragrance a lingering echo of the night's enchantment. I realized that some mysteries are meant to be embraced, not unraveled, and so I kept the memory close, returning to that room on rainy nights. The infinite ceiling appeared sporadically, a shy visitor that graced me with its presence when the stars aligned. I learned to accept its whims, finding solace in the enigma it presented, a reminder that wonder lurks in the most familiar of places. In quiet moments, when the rain sings against the windows and the air hums with lavender and dreams, I know that above me, the mist continues its eternal dance, inscribing stories in a language only the realm of dreams can decipher. My grandmother's words resonate in these encounters, hinting at a deeper connection between the house and its inhabitants. Perhaps she, too, had glimpsed the mysteries that dwelled within its walls, sharing them with me through that boundless ceiling. The room with the infinite expanse remains my secret sanctuary, a haven where dreams intertwine with reality, where the whispers of the past blend with the promises of the future. And on nights like these, when the rain falls gently and the scent of lavender lingers, I listen to the symphony of the mist, translating its silent tales into a language of my own. Story 36. The soft patter of rain on my bedroom window roused me from a deep slumber, its steady rhythm soothing in the early morning darkness. I always found solace in such sounds, but tonight they carried a hint of something more, something that urged me to listen closely. The raindrops seemed to murmur cryptic words just beyond my grasp, like a faint conversation heard from afar. Intrigued, I rose from my bed and made my way to the window, compelled by an inexplicable curiosity to peer outside. The world outside was cloaked in a dense fog, emitting an otherworldly glow that transformed familiar shapes into enigmatic silhouettes. Amidst this mist, a faint, pulsating blue light caught my eye in the distance, barely visible through the haze. It beckoned to me with a silent insistence that I couldn't resist. Draping myself in a cozy wool sweater, I ventured out into the cool, damp air. The mist caressed my ankles like gentle waves, carrying the scent of salt water, a peculiar occurrence, given our distance from the ocean. Yet there it lingered, unmistakably present, the tang of the sea, borne on a breeze that defied logic. As I followed the beckoning light, the ground beneath me began to transform. The solid earth gradually gave way to soft sand, fine and moist between my toes, though I couldn't recall removing my shoes. The shift in my surroundings was so subtle that I hardly noticed when the suburban streets vanished entirely, replaced by endless dunes that extended into the mist-shrouded darkness. The blue light intensified, its pulsations synchronized with the phantom sound of waves now replacing the rain's cadence. Each pulse illuminated the fog from within, crafting patterns reminiscent of fluid currents. In these fleeting moments of light, I glimpsed a colossal form materializing in the distance, the outline of an ancient sailing ship, its ghostly masts reaching skyward like skeletal fingers. Time seemed to flow differently in this realm, languid and unhurried. Each step I took felt both immediate and infinite. The ship loomed larger in my vision, yet remained obstinately distant, etched into the very fabric of the fog itself. Its weathered sails fluttered in an unseen breeze, while the time-worn hull groaned under the weight of forgotten ages. The sound of footsteps in wet sand drew my attention, not my own, but those of others, approaching from behind. When I turned to gaze, all I discerned were swirling forms in the mist, human shapes that dissolved upon my scrutiny. However, their whispers persisted, tales of a ship that navigated between realms, materializing solely on nights when the boundary between reality and dreams blurred. As I stood transfixed, observing the phantom vessel, I noticed details that seemed to shift when unobserved. The figurehead morphed from mermaid to sea serpent to morning woman and back again. The number of masts fluctuated with each blue pulse of light. Even the ship's size wavered, at times appearing diminutive as a fishing boat, at others rivaling the grandest vessels ever crafted. Water began to pool around my feet, though no waves touched the shore. It rose methodically until I stood ankle-deep in motionless water that mirrored the fog above like a polished glass. In that reflection, I beheld the ship in its former glory. Billowing sails caught in the wind, brass fittings gleaming under an absent sun, and shadowy figures bustling purposefully across the decks. The blue light pulsed once more, intensifying, and in that moment I glimpsed them. The passengers and crew, frozen in time as they carried out their tasks. Their countenances exuded tranquility, unfazed by the ship's existence straddling two worlds simultaneously. Some gazed towards me, their eyes reflecting the same blue radiance that had lured me here, and I comprehended that they were neither ensnared nor adrift. They resided precisely where they chose to be. The water at my feet ebbed away, dissipating the clarity of the vision before me. The ship's outline dimmed with each passing heartbeat, blending into the mist until the boundary between vessel and fog blurred beyond distinction. The whispers dwindled, melding with the distant murmur of waves. When finally I turned to depart, the path home had metamorphosed. The beach stretched endlessly in both directions, the dunes assuming unfamiliar shapes in the shadows. Yet somehow my feet knew the way, guiding me through the shifting landscape. The tang of salt gradually yielded to the clean scent of rain once more. Back within my room, I stood by the window, watching as the fog dissipated with the encroaching sunrise. The blue light had vanished, leaving no trace of its presence. Only the faint aroma of sea salt clinging to my sweater hinted at the extraordinary events that transpired. As the first rays of daylight pierced the morning mist, I discovered a small, smooth object in my pocket, a piece of weathered sea glass, its hue mirroring the pulsating light that had guided me through the night. Even now, on tranquil rainy nights, I catch glimpses of that ethereal blue glow in the distance. The ship never manifests in the same guise twice, and never again have I drawn as near as that initial encounter. Yet I keep the sea glass on my windowsill, and occasionally, when the mist descends thick and heavy, I hear faint echoes beckoning, narrating tales of a vessel that sails the border between reality and possibility, forever adrift amidst the waves of potentiality. Story 37. The ancient house always held a peculiar charm as the sun dipped below the horizon. Nestled in my grandfather's weathered leather armchair, I observed the dwindling amber light vanish from the sky, leaving behind elongated shadows that gracefully danced across the time-worn wooden floors. The soft patter of rain against the window panes orchestrated a calming melody, harmonizing with the gentle crackling of the fireplace's warming flames. Inheriting this house 3 months prior, I found solace in its aged character during the daylight hours, yet the nights unveiled a mysterious essence that eluded explanation. The atmosphere thickened after dark, as if the very darkness possessed weight. The fragrance of aged books and cedar wood permeated every nook, mingling with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil seeping through the slightly askew window frames. My gaze drifted to the grandfather clock nestled in the corner, its rhythmic ticking echoing through the room with unwavering precision. The brass pendulum swayed hypnotically, casting shimmering reflections upon the dimly lit wallpaper. As weariness tugged at my eyelids, a peculiar sight caught my attention. The window across the room revealed an anomaly unnoticed in previous nights. The raindrops cascading against the glass formed an odd pattern, seeming to flow sideways instead of downwards. Squinting in disbelief, I pondered if my fatigued mind played tricks on me. The comforting glow of the fire lent the window's glass an almost liquid quality, gently rippling in a manner contrary to ordinary glass. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window with cautious steps, my hushed footfalls muffled by the ancient floorboards. The closer I drew, the more discrepancies I discerned. The frame, once assumed to be of dark wood like the others, possessed an iridescent sheen, reminiscent of moonlit mother-of-pearl. The glass felt peculiar beneath my touch, neither warm nor cold, but rather both simultaneously. Peering through the pane, the external view appeared distorted. Instead of the familiar garden with its overgrown roses and meandering stone path, a luminous fog pulsated beyond, concealing ethereal shapes that moved in a fluid, dreamlike manner. The grandfather clock chimed 9, its resonant toll reverberating through the room. Each note seemed to ripple through the mystical fog outside the window, causing the enigmatic shapes within to momentarily cease their ghostly dance. The rain's cadence intensified, now carrying whispers, not ominous, but soft murmurings akin to leaves rustling in a summer breeze. Settling onto the window seat, my reflection in the glass fading, I fixated on the enigmas unfolding beyond. The mist began to thin intermittently, unveiling fragments resembling another room, a room inconceivable outside this second-story window. Elegant furniture pieces, books suspended midair, and a window identical to the one before me appeared in fleeting glimpses. The whispers grew more distinct, though their meaning remained elusive. They bore the warmth of familiar voices, reminiscent of distant friends conversing just beyond earshot. The rain's fragrance evolved into a complex blend. Notes of vanilla, aged parchment, and a sweet floral essence defied identification. An aura of gentle energy enveloped the window, resonating with a lingering chime. Time seemed to stretch and compress, the clock's ticking slowing to a languid pace akin to honey cascading from a spoon. The shifting shapes in the fog wove intricate patterns, narrating tales of bygone nights, silent watchers, and mysterious windows. I glimpsed individuals who might have once occupied my current seat, their visages tranquil and inquisitive, hands outstretched towards the glass as mine were. The dwindling fire cast new shadows that flickered across the window's surface, revealing ephemeral script in unfamiliar languages that materialized and vanished in the dancing light. These inscriptions spoke of thresholds and doorways, of interstitial spaces and rooms existing within reality's folds. Heavy-lidded, I resisted succumbing to sleep, fearful of missing the next revelation in this mystifying vista. The fog continued its slow ballet, occasionally parting to unveil tantalizing glimpses of the impossible chamber beyond. A flutter of curtains, the shift of shadows, and perhaps even the semblance of a seated figure akin to my grandfather's chair hinted at movement within. The whispers transformed into a soothing lullaby, intertwining with the rain's melody in a gentle symphony. They seemed to divulge secrets of concealed realms, of hidden worlds bordering our own. Drifting between wakefulness and slumber, between the confines of this room and that ethereal space, my eyes fluttered shut. Whether real or imagined, a soft click akin to an unlocking door followed by a faint creak of hinges lingered in my senses. A cool breeze carrying the fragrance of ancient tomes and boundless possibilities caressed my consciousness. With the advent of dawn, I found myself nestled in my grandfather's chair, draped in a forgotten blanket. The window appeared ordinary once more, offering a view of the rain-soaked garden. Yet on the window seat lay a single sheet of paper, its edges curling, adorned with ever-shifting, elegant script that defied comprehension. Despite my efforts, the words remained elusive, though in the dead of night, amidst rain and shadows aligning just so, I felt a fleeting grasp of understanding. Since that moment, every evening finds me ensconced by the window, a silent vigil. The mist occasionally materializes, sometimes not. The elusive room and its enigmatic shadows intermittently grace my vision. The whispers persist, the rain continues its tranquil descent, promising mysteries yet unveiled. And sometimes, as the clock strikes 9 and the fire dims, I ponder if a figure in that other realm gazes back, pen poised, inscribing tales of a window peering into our reality.